Hello, Internet, and welcome to Hearts of Stone. We're here to play some Blades in the Dark. We're super excited to have you back here with us. It's been a minute. We've been off for a little while now, and we'll recap everybody what's going on. I almost started the stream here today with my Monday spiel of going like howdy and yeehaw, Internet, and I have to like rein myself back in there.
You're from Texas, so it would be allowed either way.
That is fair. Yeah, I guess I could start every
From
stream.
Texas.
I originated in Texas. uh, and that you can't argue with.
I mean, I can.
But we're moving on. I don't have a joke. Yeah. Anyway, so what we got going on the channel, I'm fully thrown off from my usual spiel. The only other game we're running right now is the other one I run on Mondays, which I already just referenced. Crater's Edge. Jeez, forgot the name after all of that. We're playing Fistful of Darkness. It's sort of one of the many spiritual successors of Blades in the Dark. Uses the same system, but it's got big yeehaw energy. So come hang out with us for that on Monday. If you want to know what this game would be like if it was Oops All Grackles, that's basically what Monday is. So hang out there. Otherwise, thanks for being here. We'll do our recap here in a second, but first I'm going to let my lovely players here introduce themselves, talk about who they are, what they do on and off this channel, and who they are playing tonight. Starting, as always, with Van.
Hey, that's me. Hi, I'm Van. You can find me on the internet at Van But Wilder, wherever you find people on the internet. So mostly just hanging out in the Discord and streaming here on Saturdays and Mondays. And today I will be playing not Grackle. I'm not Grackle. We said Grackle so many times that now I think everyone's Grackle. I'll be playing Glass.
Oops, all Grackles.
Who's not Grackle at all. Who is the Whisper.
I think the bit today should be on a scale of 1 to 10, how Grackle is your character.
Oh, God.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
On a scale of 1 to 10, not like fully Grackle, like not just aesthetically.
Yeah.
10 is Grackle.
10 is
0
Grackle.
is anti-Grackle.
Okay. I think.
I guess 1 is anti-Grackle.
God. I think Glass is like a 3 on the Grackle scale.
Okay,
I think that's fair. I believe I'm next. Hey, I'm Christina Sid. You can find me on the internet at Greek Sid. You can find me here Mondays and Saturdays. And you can also, it has been confirmed, next week, final episode, according to Doc, friend of the channel. You can catch RJ and I over on twitch.tv/High Shelf Collective, where hopefully we all do as the game requires and die epically. We're chasing a train. Got some trains in there too. Can't get away from trains. But yeah, come check that out. 8:30 Eastern this Tuesday. But this afternoon, I will be playing Salome, who is the group's spider.
I was trying not to derail your thing there, but you said can't get away from trains. So like, it's super easy. Just don't be on the tracks. They follow a very set
They
path.
still chase
They do
me.
kind of have to go
Sid.
one way.
Sid, you just stepped to the side to get away from the train.
Look,
Full Charlize Theron, just running
you
straight down
don't
the tracks.
understand.
I do like that we
They
now attribute that
find
to just
me.
effing Charlize Theron does.
Yes.
They always find me.
What was this about a Grackle scale? That's
Oh yeah, shit. I'd say this is hard. Like, obviously, like visually, not at all. They have completely opposite aesthetics. I would say, personality-wise, probably like a 5. 5 maybe.
I'll buy
5
that.
or maybe even a 6 at
Halfway to
times.
Grackle.
Yeah, about halfway to Grackle. Yeah, that seems appropriate.
It's one of my favorite Western movies.
halfway to
Grackle.
Grackle.
310 to Yuma.
Halfway to Grackle.
Halfway to Grackle. The gritty reboot.
Oh yeah, because 310 to Yuma, a notoriously not gritty movie.
No, it's nice, light, family friendly.
So chill.
I love that movie.
It's a really good movie.
Yeah. I just want to watch some westerns. Anyway, RJ.
Yeah, let's watch
please.
Bone Tomahawk again.
Could we slide in the Ballad of Buster Scruggs? I really like that one. Hey everybody, I'm RJ. You can catch me at RJustice282 on all my socials. As Sid said, we hopefully will try and die epically next Tuesday. Other than that, I'm here Saturdays, Thursdays back over on the Hype Goblins. Today I'm playing Fume, who's the Hull. We both go by they, them, or he, theys, sorry. He would steal Grackle's fit in a heartbeat. Like, off her still warm corpse.
We know.
So-
You
we know
had
this
that
to be true.
opportunity and you didn't, though.
So the scale kind of just rolls over in from like 1 to 10 Grackle to Magpie.
Yeah.
Guess that just leaves me. No? Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Hi, everybody. I'm Wings,
No.
also known as Danae Keener. Today I'm playing as Grackle, who used to be our hound and used to be our ghost and is now our vampire. On a scale from 1 to 10, Grackle is a 9. Because there's always room for improvement. Not a real Grackle. DanaeKeener.com.
Moonshine is 10 out of 10 Grackle.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah,
Yeah.
Grackle literally has changed playbooks twice, so yeah, she's probably a little less
Is
Grackle
less
on the
Grackle.
Grackle scale.
Diluted Grackle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
slightly diluted.
Hey, no, wait, hold
The
on.
ice is melted. The ice is
Diluted,
melted.
not deluded.
But hear me out. The Grackles are also 9 out of 10 on the Grackle scale because they're thugs now.
Oh.
Everyone gets a little less Grackle over time.
I think
True.
I'm getting more Grackle over time.
That's
They're
true.
thugs
I think-
in addition to what they were previously, though. So they just added talent, really.
Well, does that make them also diluted Grackles then?
Or does that make them 11 out of 10 Grackles because they're better Grackles?
Are they now changing the scale?
Excellent questions that we will answer during our session here today. Hi,
Really?
everyone. I'm Val. You can find me at the Kraken's Crown lurking around the internet. I run the 2 games I already talked about on this channel, and then I'm also occasionally on Hack Recklessly running or playing games there too. Y'all ready to get started? The energy is already off to a great start. Excited.
haven't
to
seen
see
each
how
other in a couple
this
weeks.
goes. I know it always leads to shenanigans. But previously on Hearts of Stone, the crew began their score to infiltrate Pansia's ship, and I think ultimate goal, the goals have kind of shifted a little bit, and I'm not sure we quite settled on exactly what the goal is here, but ultimately it's to sink the Cernunnos and either recruit or murder Captain Pansia. One of the two.
Murder is such a strong word. But I really, really, really don't like you.
Uh,
Neutralize?
forcibly unalive Captain Pansia.
We're trying to get him fired and then hire him.
Yes.
Yeah.
As we are wont to do. It's
Yep.
the obedient servant's way. It's on a t-shirt.
So you infiltrated the ship as 2 groups, bringing along your crew, the Jackdaws crew as well. Salome and Grackle followed Pansia's plan by coming willingly in order under the premise of escaping Duskfall for a better life in another country. The rest of the crew and Jackdaw's cohort infiltrated as crew members. Glass ended up being assigned to medical, while Fume was assigned in engineering. The rest of your cohort sort of scattered around the ship, or disseminated kind of around the ship to keep eyes and ears out. The notes that I have here is Glass made friends with made acquaintance with the ship's doctor. Fume reported to engineering and met oh god, I don't have her name written here.
What was the
Dr.
doctor's name?
Merrick Oldros. the containment supervisor, I think. Wait, that's who it was. No, it was Trina Vex. Never mind. That was who you spoke with. Trina Vex, the chief engineer for the ship. Fume began some sabotage in engineering, reporting that the engines were running hot and tampered with the temperature gauges, trying to convince the chief engineer, that there was a problem on the ship. Glass broke into Pansia's office, was caught by the first officer, Vaughn, but was able to successfully play it off as being lost or looking for Vaughn for a medical appointment or his regular checkup. Salome and Grackle had a conversation and then pretended to be fucking when Pansia showed up. And we ended last time with Pansia asking to speak with Jack alone. And I was going to start there, but we lost our Grackle. Oh, there we go.
Record time.
She's here.
So that is where we're going to pick up here today. So Pansia begins leading Grackle away from the quarters that Grackle and Salome, the two of you, have been given. I believe last time Salome said that she was going to try to eavesdrop on the conversation.
Oh, hell yes.
Okay.
You had to ask that of Salome?
I just, plans change. I don't know.
Spy
Salome
is
may
her
have
middle
decided she
name.
wanted to take a nap. So Pansia leads you not back to the bridge of the ship, but towards the, I think like the officers' mess hall, because there'd be less people there. So it's a bit further into the ship, kind of near the main deck, but kind of turns a corner into this side room has the one table at the center of the room that the officers would sit at, and then there's there is a bar on the side of the room as well, with stocked with alcohol that the officers keep when they're not on shift. There's a porthole that looks out to the rolling dark ocean that the Cernunnos is currently gliding across. So the two of you are alone in here as he steps inside, and he closes the door behind him. Salome, you are following behind. I think I want you to do a prowl just to gauge how successful you are in this.
Okay. My prowl. I don't prowl very often. Let's double check here. My prowl.
And we'll call it risk
It's a 3.
standard.
Okay. That's a 6.
6. Okay.
6, 3, 1.
You are able to remain out of sight upon your approach. You don't get the impression that that Pansia noticed you following. The door closes to the officers' mess. You can hear a little bit of what's happening inside, but it is a very these are thick bulkhead doors. So you're going to be limited in what you can hear. I think we'll have this conversation, and then I may do a separate roll for how much of this you're overhearing.
Can I ask,
Mm-hmm.
could I roll a consort to maybe very quickly talk my way into the kitchen area of the mess? And see if I could hear better from there.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So the officers' mess hall, basically kitchens are in between the two. You have the officers' mess on one side, and then you have the rest of the crew, general mess hall on the other. So yeah, we can do that real quick. So you kind of see this door close, realizing you're not going to be able to really overhear much, and it'd be way too obvious for you to like crack this door. This isn't like you can't really like peek the door open.
Yeah.
Uh, so you decide to skirt off towards the kitchens. The yeah, you pop inside. You can see like there's not like a ton of people in here right now, because it's like at a weird point, like in the mid morning, as they're beginning to do some of their food prep for lunch. um but it's not so there's probably like maybe like 4 or 5 people in here right now, that are currently prepping food. So you just
Grab
stroll.
an apron, come in, and try to pretend
Oh,
like
so
I
you
was
want to like just
assigned
pass
here.
yourself off like you were assigned
Yes.
here. Got it. Yeah.
So either a
let's-
consort, a sway. I don't know. Quite what
I
that
think
might
it's
be.
gonna be more of a sway because
Okay.
it's more of a disguise
They're
than
the
it is
same,
like
but-
leveraging a connection with someone. Yeah.
Got it.
And we'll call this risky standard too.
Got another 6. 6, 5, 4, 2.
Okay. Yeah, you just stroll. They're not really paying much attention. There's a lot of new faces. This is the first day of the voyage, so there's a lot of new people around, and that works in your favor here. That nobody is really thrown off by new face. If this was like a week or two in, then people may be a little bit.
Who the fuck are you?
Yeah. But nobody really says anything. A couple people look your way and just give a nod, and begin to like move out of the way as you head to one of the prep stations. I imagine trying to get to the one that's like closest to the to where Pansia and Grackle are talking. So I'll say with that success, you are able to position yourself in a place that you can overhear normal speaking levels of their conversation in there. If anything dips down to like a whisper, and I'll try to specifically state if there's something that you can't hear from where you're at, you won't be able to make it out over the din of the like kitchen.
My
So
main reason, both for Salome being fucking nosy and all of that, but also mechanically, I'm on lie duty. Like literally, that is why she is listening. She's listening for lies.
got it. So Grackle, you're escorting here with Pansia. He pulls out a chair from the table and he says, would you like to sit?
Sure. She'll sit down.
Sits in his chair, kind of like catty corner to you. Deep sigh. He doesn't make eye contact with you for a minute and then looks back and says, I have to admit, I wasn't expecting you to say yes to this.
I gotta say, I wasn't expecting you to offer. You're really putting yourself out here, you know that, right?
I know. We may be outside of Duskfall now, but that doesn't mean we aren't in danger, and we won't continue to be. There could very well be a reckoning for me upon returning home, if this becomes public knowledge. I'm hoping it won't come to that, but
You were still willing to make that risk, though.
I owe you at least that.
What makes you say that?
I've been working with the Baron for a while now. You know this. I know or at least understand the animosity you have towards him. And the goals that you are giving up by making this voyage and making this choice. And I know that I played no small part in the tragedy that befell you and your loved ones.
What makes you say that?
I'll be honest with you. Back not 10, 15 years ago, I wasn't nearly the man that I am today. I captained a vessel working for another company, and I thought my life could be better than it was. I was ambitious. I had dreams, desires, life of greatness, of captaining and owning the greatest hunting vessel that the Empire has ever put to water. But I did not have the prestige of a noble name or a legacy to push myself to those great heights. And then a man came to me, John Meriden. And he offered me that life, that opportunity. In exchange, he wanted partnership with my endeavors and a not inconsiderate amount of the earnings for my business. Still more money than I had ever even dreamed to make, so I quickly said yes. He seemed like a nice enough man at the time. Driven, passionate like myself, we bonded over that. But there was something terrifying about him. He smiled and laughed and seemed a good enough sort, but there was a coldness behind it. Like he'd be willing to watch you burn if it meant he could step forward on the ashes to a better position. We had been in business together for 4 years. I met you and saw the life that he was making for his daughter. I assumed his coldness for a pragmatism, putting his family first. Try to respect it. Then I overheard what happened to the Crafts. Not long after that. I didn't have a hand in their deaths per se, but I know that he would not have been able to leverage the resources, the connections that he did, if not for the money that we were making together.
So you're saying you didn't know what he was planning?
didn't know the extent of it. He came to me about 2-3 weeks before the massacre. He was livid. Had an arrangement with the family, and they hadn't held up their end of the bargain. He didn't have the leverage on them to enforce it, and the Crafts were a very powerful family. He took that slight personally. I told him it's the cost of doing business at Duskfall. Not everyone is as straightforward as he operated with me and many of his other business partners. And that was the thick of it, that the people that haves will take from the have-nots as often as they can. Because they can. He wouldn't take that for an answer. He was fire and brimstone and promising retribution for this slight, and I warned him of going to war and making these threats, that it was a choice that he could not take back, and it would certainly put you in danger. I thought I got through with him. With that, I thought that thinking of you and the life that you were building and your future and security that the Crafts had afforded you, he might be willing to stand down, look for other opportunities. It got real quiet after that. I don't know exactly what business dealings he made and what he did to put himself in the position to massacre the Craft family that swiftly, that brutally. But I should have seen it coming. I should have done more to stop him.
Has he lied at any point during all of this?
No.
Just checking.
I think Grackle is quiet for a moment before she seems to come to some sort of conclusion. I considered myself a craft long before the marriage was supposed to happen. Turns out, I wasn't the only one who thought that. Have you ever heard of a nemesis?
I'm familiar with the word. Is that a person?
Depends on who you ask. My father made a deal with a demon. And in exchange, every member of the Crafts had to die. Far as I know, he has a list written on his arm. There's at least one more name that needs to be crossed off. I'm sorry to say that whatever you were trying to accomplish by taking me on your craft, this doesn't end until he dies or I do.
he wouldn't hurt you. At least not. He wouldn't kill you. I know him that well, at least.
I'm afraid the feeling isn't mutual.
Now let me ask you this, Jack. Why are you really here? I was surprised to see you and Salome. And as I said, I did not expect you to accept this deal. I offered it for the slimmest hope that maybe you'd given up on that idea of revenge. But I can see it in you that you haven't. So
I'm
why?
afraid the matter has gotten bigger than that. Yes, I'm personally motivated by revenge, but Meriden needs to die. I think you understand that. And if you don't, I guess we have nothing else to talk about.
I don't know, Jack. I understand. He has done many evil and terrible things to get where he is now. I guess a part of me just still hopes that there's something better coming at the end of all of it. That he's sullied his hands for some greater purpose than control and power and destruction. Otherwise, the things that I've done, my hands are as stained as his.
If I were you, I would consider whether that idea is worth holding on to.
Go ahead and have you try to convince him.
Okay. I sure can.
It's up to you what you think, what role kind of best represents what Grackle is doing here. If it's a consort, leveraging your history with him, if it's sway, trying to logic your way through this, or I mean, I could see it formed as a threat too, because you're essentially telling him that if he doesn't give up on this, that he's next on your list.
May I help in any way?
I mean, y'all can help from any distance, so yeah.
I'll help.
I sure would like you to.
I can't stop y'all from helping, so
I'm gonna help!
No.
y'all specifically took an ability that keeps me from being able to do that, so
True.
This was intended as a threat, so
Okay.
if I can leverage using command, I will.
Absolutely. I think the difficulty here is going to be with the effect, because I think you're in a controlled position. You don't have a gun on him. It's not life or death right now. You have plenty of opportunity to continue to try to sway him. So we're going to call it controlled, but I think we're dealing with a limited effect on this, that he, again, you can see from talking to him that he, like, the Baron's end goal of making Duskfall better, of like creating a safer Duskfall, that has been his like public persona that you've seen, and like he has to believe in it, and you see that in his eyes, and like,
Right.
you know, if he doesn't, that means he's thrown in his lot with the devil.
Yeah,
so-
yeah. I want to prioritize success over effect here,
Okay.
because I'm okay with playing the long game if I can at least sow seeds of doubt here. We can, you know, do more work in like convincing
Yes.
him later on.
Absolutely. So Salome gives you the assist, so you get additional. You're going to take the additional die.
Yes.
Okay.
So, taking the additional die, rolling with 4, let's go. 5.
5. Okay. Mixed result, limited effect.
I'm happy with Grackle walking away at this point.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. He sits there for a long moment, and you can see it, like, is considering what you're saying, and you know, is not immediately throwing it off. But I think he looks back at you and says, I understand. I know what you're asking for, and there will be a time, if things continue, if things don't get better, if the people of Duskwall are put in further danger, if I will stand against him if need be. But not yet. Not until I'm sure. I'm sorry I can't give you what you want here, but there's too much at stake.
I don't think any of us have a choice in when this happens. All I can ask you to do is think about it.
I can do that.
Grackle leaves.
Okay. Grackle walks out.
Was he being honest when he said that he actually would think about it? Or has he already made his decision?
No, he was being honest. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we are going to. So assuming Salome then leaves.
Makes
the
some
kitchen.
excuse, like
Yeah,
wipes her
smoke break.
hands on an apron, is like, oh, I think we need more flour. I'll be right back. Takes off.
And heads off. I imagine towards where Grackle is going, unless you're going. Are you going somewhere different? Or I guess it's where's Grackle heading?
Salome will basically wait for Grackle to exit and then follow her, basically.
Yeah. It doesn't really matter so much where we're going, just that we're reuniting.
Yeah.
Yes.
We can say, I mean, y'all can head back to your room, or to the deck or something if you just want to be somewhere less confined. We'll figure that out, though. You can think about if there's anywhere you want to go specifically. I want to cut over to we'll cut over to Glass. Glass, you have finished your checkup on Vond. What do you?
How's he
want-
How's he doing? Is he good? Does he have scurvy?
He's good. He's peak health.
Right.
Yeah, I think where we left off last time. He already left.
Follow-up question.
Mhm.
Is he hot?
Um,
Don't remember what you said he looks like.
I was envisioning him. You remember? This is gonna be a deep cut. In Fable 3,
Yes.
or no, 2, the
The one I
guy,
played the least, unfortunately.
the commandant, in Fable 2,
Two. Hold on.
just like
Okay.
bald, like
I know who you're talking about.
like very imperious, like tall man with like
Like older fire chief is kind of what I remember that guy's looking like.
yeah.
Isn't he the one that has the thing that comes all the way up?
I think so. Like he looks very Hellraiser. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's
that,
got
like,
the coat that comes all the way up here.
yes. Yeah. That's kind of like, obviously he doesn't look as Hellraiser as the Commandant, but just that same kind of build.
He's giving Steel Inquisitor.
Yes.
The
Yeah.
Commandant is. Okay, I understand.
Yeah. Again, not again without all the spikes and the shit and all of that. But that same there's probably a better reference I made, but very like military man.
Yeah, the
Um,
Commandant from Fable 2 is crazy.
Yeah. That's where my brain went though when I've been like
No, I
thinking
lo-
about
I
it.
love it. Yeah,
I went to it immediately.
I
I
love it.
watched Sita play like all 4 Fables at some
Unfortunately,
point in our high
two-
school and college careers. So
2 is the one I played the least. I played a lot of 1, and then I played Fable 3 the most.
Yeah.
Because my unpopular opinion is that Fable 3 is the best one. Because I like the
Anyway,
mechanic where you have to like try to save the kingdom and shit.
what is Glass getting up to?
Is there? I would like to pitch that to the table. Is there something you guys want me to be doing?
So
Because I
we're
did my
working-
sneaking around.
Yeah,
I could do more of it.
We're working on Panzea himself.
Mhm.
But if we can't make that happen and we have to go full guns blazing, blowy uppy shit, it might be interesting to find out if we could turn anyone else.
Ooh,
It
interesting.
sounds like most of his like high position officers are like diehard. And I know we spoke to one of his newest ones recently.
Is that one of the
Navigator?
engineers?
Or the navigator gal
Lena
one of his
Cray?
newer. Yeah, I think one of his newer folks.
She was one. So when you first came to the ship, it was
I got a read off of her. Yeah, that she was
yeah.
like not
she was
as-
younger.
yeah, not as
yeah.
ingratiated necessarily.
So we're going to get her.
Or, I mean, again, there are probably other folks that aren't just those 4 highest officers that have done repeat voyages with Captain. So maybe he's pissed off somebody along the
Just
way.
try to get a feel for where the loyalties lie.
Yeah, might be interesting.
And try to get a read on. Okay.
Yeah, I will observe. But I think Glass is going to, like, over the next bit, try to just hang out, observe like a new person would do with like the crew themselves.
Uh-huh.
So not like the officers.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a okay, I'll pull from Inquisition. One of the first scenes that you do with Iron Bull, where no one recognizes you as the Inquisitor,
Uh-huh.
and just kind of hide.
I would
Plain
also
sight.
like to pull a scene from Inquisition and throw a goat against the ship.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Yeah.
It's my favorite way of solving a conflict in that game. Just
Uh,
throw a goat at the castle. All right, we fixed it.
I'm all for that. So let me. So you're gonna do that is because we haven't really checked in with Fume either. Is Fume doing something similar? Do we want to do this a team action, or is Fume getting up to something unrelated?
Yeah, I think Fume would more focus on the engineering crew than the overall crew, though.
Yeah,
Like, see
I
what he
think-
can do in the department.
I think that's fair. So if multiple people are going to be scoping out, because you also have your cohort and stuff as well, who can step in on a team action too. So if y'all want to make that, because Grackle and Salome are more limited in their movements around the ship. If the rest of you want to lead an action to like scope out and get a vibe for like where the crew is at and see if you can pick up on anything, then we can do a team action, a group check with everyone else. And you'll get different information, depending on the level of success, you'll get different information on different areas of the ship. So let me see, because y'all also have, I'm pulling up the stuff on let's see, the Rooks, because I think the Rooks would be good for this, because that is their bread and butter. When it comes to being Rooks, they're like spies. So
The one thing Fume and Glass learn is everyone is sleeping with everyone on this ship.
yeah, it's a
course.
full bacchanalia. Where is the cohort thing? Yeah, because you have Rooks, con artists, spies, socialites. Yeah, and y'all have their elite as well, so it gets +1 die when they roll.
And
their
they're thugs.
given type. Yeah, I guess if they have to fight people,
They're also
that's good,
thugs.
yeah. But in this case, do
They're
the
all
Rook
thugs
stuff.
now.
So, what kind of roles who wants to lead this, and what kind of role you're looking at?
Would this be like a study role, I guess, right?
Probably.
We could also probably like consort, like carouse with people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's multiple ways we could go about it.
Well, I see sway someone with charm, change attitudes with manipulation or seduction.
Sway is a lot better than consort. Sway is a lot better than consort for me.
Sway is good
Okay.
for me too.
Yeah, change.
We try to
attitudes,
just
behavior,
ingratiate
manipulation.
ourselves.
Yeah, you're trying to learn information by being charming and
Yeah.
kind of working your way into the group. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm totally for that.
That's why we
So-
brought Jackdaw and the boys.
Who's leading?
Who's got the least amount of stress?
I have 4 right now.
I have 3. I'll lead.
Okay. So it will be Grackle leading. So the Rooks are gonna
Who?
or sorry, Glass.
I'm
Jesus.
still not Grackle.
Oops,
it'll
all
be
Grackle.
it'll be Glass leading.
Oops, all Grackle.
And then
Howdy.
y'all are tier 3. So the Rooks will be rolling 4 dice for their fortune roll for their
Sick.
effect on this.
My name is Grackle, and I have Vendetta.
All right.
Vendetta.
Vendetta.
I don't know how your accent works.
I
Where
rolled-
does the emphasis go?
I don't give a shit. I rolled 2 6s, motherfucker. Let's go.
I
damn.
rolled a single 6. Is that a super crit?
A super crit.
Well, it's better. I rolled a 1, 2, 3, 4. So they didn't fail. They did succeed on their end.
Guys.
So you don't get the stress for that. But they got
No
4.
stress. Critical success.
Excellent.
They're gonna get a
Vendetta.
third round.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
crit
with
success.
a critical success. Okay. All right. I don't want to crazy. So
Goes too far. Glass throws an orgy on the ship.
So you begin to pick up some information. Like, I kind of want. We can do the scene with Grackle and Salome if there's something y'all want to talk about immediately after. But I also want to stretch this out over there being like a period of time. This isn't just
Mhm.
like your
Yeah.
first day on the
First
ship.
day,
This is-
yeah.
This is like a week of gathering information and feeling things out aboard the ship. Like y'all are deep at sea. The coastlines disappearing over the dark swells of water stretching off into the distance, reflecting the very vague star. You almost like it's this weird. If any of you go like aboard the deck of the ship or spending a time looking out, it almost feels like you're in this like bubble where like the darkness of the water fades into the darkness of the sky, to where you can't even see the horizon. It is just this void in every direction, only occasionally being able to make the difference by the reflection of the vague bit of light coming from stars and the moon in the sky, that pierce through the dense, like, dark clouds. It's a very
And I swear.
yeah, it's a very unsettling voyage, and I don't imagine. Well, some of you were transplants to Dustfall, and you've been aboard ships and stuff. You might have experienced this before, but it's been, even for those people, it's probably been some time. It's
Has to
not
have been
a
years, right?
yeah, it's not a pleasant experience, and it can be very claustrophobic. So during this trip, though, you begin to kind of ferret out some of the politics of the ship, and get a vibe for who's who, and who may be able to be pulled to your cause if the worst came to pass. I'll say for the vast majority of the crew, they're here to do a job. They're not really engaged with any sort of politics or anything. Like, for most of the recruits, especially the newer crew members, a lot of this is like trying to get their sea legs and adjust to this voyage and their first time out at sea. There's a lot of uncertainty that people feel, and especially like the danger of what they're doing, and the tension of all of that. And I imagine, especially like Glass being in medical, within the first week, there's a lot of people that come to medical just to be prescribed like opium,
Dramamine.
like not, but like things to calm them down, and to
Opium and
deal with,
vitamin D pills, like
yeah, things to deal with the anxiety, the tension, people having like nervous breakdowns within the first like couple of weeks. I just like, this is a new experience for some people, and the vast majority of the crew is new. Not many people make more than one voyage.
And unfortunately for them, I am going to use that to my advantage.
Yeah. So you immediately sense like there's a lot of tension here, and the officers, the people that are in positions of authority, spend a lot of their time just trying to find ways to like distract the crew, to give them jobs to do, menial tasks, things they can focus on, rather than focusing on the fact that there's a likelihood that they could all die.
Grounding.
So the rest of the crew, the more veteran sailors, spend a lot of their time drinking, gambling, things like that between and that kind of stuff that like, if to a modern audience of like being aboard like a ship like this, would probably be like, I mean, that stuff would be disallowed, or might be like cracked down upon by the higher ups, trying to maintain like a more like orderly, like discipline thing. The officers on this ship do not intervene in that at all. They're fully letting people indulge their vices, relieve their stress, finding ways to distract themselves.
Okay, I respect it.
But as again, letting it get to a certain point, occasionally like someone gets too drunk and begins, causing and they are like thrown in the brig, and that sort of thing is cracked down upon. But as long as it maintains a certain level of disorderly behavior, it's allowed.
Understood.
So we're allowed to sea shanty at the very least.
Yeah. As long as what you're doing isn't putting the voyage at danger. As long as you're doing your job, pretty much anything else is fair game.
Okay.
So you begin to so focusing on the officers and like the ship's hierarchy. Some of them have already introduced, like, obviously there's a lot of respect for Captain Panzea, and he sort of functions as a very kind of larger than life figure, spends a lot of time like engaging with the crew and bolstering, telling stories and things like that. He spends a lot of time in the crew mess hall, like the general mess hall, like fraternizing with the crew to kind of bolster that perspective. And you can see it working, like, and it's very intentional. Like Panzea puts himself off as kind of this as a pirate and this like old sea dog and that kind of stuff, but
It's a character.
I think you fully pick up on that, like during this voyage, like, oh, this is where this comes from, because
He's playing a role.
he's playing a role in order to keep morale high on his ship. Von Elwick, the first officer, is very different in that regard. He's very like vice principal of a school,
Buttoned up.
where he is there.
Yeah, he
for
was
discipline.
mad at me for being in Panzea's office.
Yeah, he's there for discipline, and he's the one when things need to be done, when their discipline needs to happen. He's the one that steps in and deals with that.
Mom of the ship.
Yes, there's a very clear delineation between the two.
Ooh, a plan is starting to form.
No.
And it's starting to form.
Gonna fight?
Uh,
The pieces are coming
so
together.
the otherwise, like, we've met a Trina Vex. You kind of Fume's got a good gauge for like is like super nerd, very like on top of the like the actual function, the machinery of the ship. Is very type A personality, and doesn't allow for a lot of the same like frivolity that maybe some of the other crews allow. But it's because engineering is such a vital portion of the ship, and if y'all fuck that up, everyone dies.
Yep.
The think of anyone else. So you were asking about the navigator, Lena Cray. You don't really see a lot of her, just because her group, like navigation,
She
is
working.
mostly yeah, and it's mostly people like working on the bridge of the ship, and there's not like as much movement between them and the rest of the crew, interaction between them and the rest of the crew. But on the occasions that you do see her, and you spend any time with any of the navigators, she seems very excited. Like there's a lot of passion there for her position on the ship. You pick up that again she's been doing this for a couple of years, not nearly the same level as like Panzea or Elwick or even Atrina, but but she has, I mean, she's earned her place aboard this ship, but she still has that bit of like that excitement, that passion that I think a lot of the more tenured and more veteran members of the crew may have lost at this point.
Still got a little spark in her eye.
Yeah, exactly. Thinking of anyone else. The bosun of the ship, the who's sort of like the chief of security, handles like commanding the armed crew of the ship, like the actual, like, we consider like the soldiers, the people that maintain like security, and the people that would be responsible for repelling like attacks and things like that. That's Reka Moss. You met her. She was the one that handled your recruitment when you joined the ship. You sort of signed up with. She's a lot like Elwick in that regard, where it's just a lot of professionalism. And where Elwick is like the disciplinarian, is like the vice principal figure, but she's the one that, like, he gives the order, she's the one that executes it. I think overall, because I'm not gonna, they've got a bunch more names, but overall with the ship's hierarchy, it's just a very well-oiled machine. Everyone has their job, everyone has their place. There's a lot of compartmentalization, and Panzea gives everyone a lot of authority to run their departments as they choose to. You don't really see him micromanaging them a lot, and they have daily like staff meetings with like the
You mean to tell me Pansy's a good boss?
yeah, pretty much. He's a very good.
So at
like
this morning's stand up,
the officers meet like every at the beginning of every day, like when the crew changes shifts, they meet to ensure like to go over reports and to make their decisions for the day and stuff. That happens, like I said, about like early every morning and then late every evening
He's a
at the
good
bridge.
boss. I want to kill him even less. God damn it.
I bet all of his fucking people get benefits and shit. They have dental.
You won't get dental.
time
Yeah,
to
actually.
turn this bitch into a party boat.
But yeah, I don't think you pick up on again. There's not a lot of tension between the ship, but with a critical success, I'm gonna give you something that I probably would not have given you this early.
Yeah.
You are doing your rounds. Like you've probably, between you and the Rooks and Fume, have probably interacted with a good like 75% of the crew at this point. At least observed interactions, have a good idea of like what people's habits are, behaviors are, who's who on the ship. Everything kind of like it becomes very easy because everyone has shifts and follows like set schedules. It's very easy to tell when somebody is deviating from that, even within the first week. There is.
So who is it?
You see kind of like mid-morning, when you're doing some observations on like the crew, or maybe actually I think maybe you receive a report from one of the Rooks, that they observed something. The bosun, Reka Moss, deviated from her normal rounds or normal schedule to have a meeting with the first officer today. I think they just pick it up as weird as like that's outside of the ordinary. They let you know like, hey, that happened. Like they went and met with the first officer. They didn't exactly see why, or go to overhear the conversation. Basically immediately came to tell you, it was like, hey, this happened, it was different.
I'm gonna put a couple of guys on that.
Okay.
And if it happens again, we're gonna eavesdrop.
Got it. Anything else you want to know?
I don't think so.
Think if there's anything else here.
Sorry, what's
yeah.
the navigator's Reka?
No, that's the bosun.
That's the bosun.
Yeah. Bosun is Reka Moss. The navigator is Lena Cray.
Lena. Okay, I had their names mixed up in my head.
Mhm.
Got
So
it.
it was Reka that met with
The bosun.
So Reka the bosun met with Vaughn the
First officer.
first officer.
Got it.
But yeah, so that's what you get from that very good check. What now?
Sick. Should we regroup?
Might be a good time. Discuss. Y'all can find a again, I don't know how much this is y'all meeting like all together or just like passing messages along, so you're not really seeing all of you in one place. But y'all can have a conversation either above the table or as a group if you want.
late night meeting.
Late night meeting in a
We'll
storage
Late night-
room.
Sneak,
we just
sneak into
we-
Grackle's room.
we keep like smash cutting to having these conversations like in bits and pieces, like Gretel and Salome go up
Oh,
on
it's a
the
montage,
deck. It's
yeah.
totally a
Oh, I did
montage.
the edit where like it splits the screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
The
and then, like, another
conversation
one
keeps on
flies
getting
in.
picked up in different places.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like Ocean's 11.
Love it.
And eventually it's just Fume in an air vent in Salome's room, like, yeah, so Glass gave me some vitamin C pills for the scurvy.
In the other vent across the room, I don't know how he got scurvy. It's only been like 6 days.
I'm also a hoe,
He's
which is
also a
quite
robot.
impressive.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, not even getting to that part.
And then Grackle in a third vent.
Grackle, this is our room. You don't need to be in a vent.
I just want to be included.
It's cozy in here.
it's like a coffin.
like a weighted blanket.
It's like I need to death rest still, so I'm in the
Listen.
vent.
What is a
Yeah.
coffin if not a whole weighted blanket around your whole body?
So true.
Oblivion.
Amazing.
So, if we can get Pansy a proof, he'll swap sides, no?
Potentially.
Pulls out the Baron's journal. Can we not just slide this into his lap and let him read a very horrific bedtime story?
Do we trust that he'll flip that much? We don't want to give him too much information. And then have him go running back to the Baron.
On his
Because if he
sea
tries...
legs?
Well, no, if he tries to do that, we'll have to kill him.
True.
We've had-
But the,
I could make him swear that he won't.
True.
And if he lies, I'll know. And if he agrees and then breaks his word, he'll be quite debilitated.
But if that happens, we're going to want to have some of the crew on our side.
Yes.
I don't think we'll be able to break Vond.
Die hard.
Way too buttoned up. Cares way too much about order. And, frankly, I think respects Panzea too much. But... I don't know. There's something going on with him.
If we can flip Panzea and everyone is loyal to him, they shouldn't be a problem.
my
Question
dear,
is, are they more loyal to Marden?
yes, that is the rub, isn't it? Not much they can do out here in the water, though. They'll have to wait till we get back to dry land before doing anything.
Yes, it's going to depend who is in charge of the ship when we get back to dry land, so...
Isn't there something you said, Glass, when you spoke to him, the first officer?
Vond?
You mentioned the Baron to him, and he did have a reaction, did he not?
He did. One of the rooks also found that the bosun left their post to go have a meeting with him one-on-one. Don't know what it was about, but it was off schedule. So, I've got a couple on that, see if it happens again.
How long was the meeting?
Val?
They met probably maybe about half an hour.
Half an
Oh,
hour,
they're
I'd say.
fucking.
Vaughn doesn't strike me as the type.
That means he's a freak.
We do know in this line of work, it is always the quiet ones.
True.
Listen, I can always just sneak into his room and dabble a couple of drops of silver nitrate into some alcohol.
I've got a couple of the rooks on it. So if they meet again, we'll find out for what.
Alright.
Either it's nothing, or
It's something.
it's something, and I don't know. Von strikes me as principled and rigid. Okay, perhaps he'd go to his death for Panzea. Or he's got a very different style of leadership he'd like to implement.
Interesting thought.
By the way, I don't think we'll be able to break him.
Not even threatening to blow up the ship. I think that's pretty breaking.
Blowing up the ship this far out to sea would be suicide. These wards are the only things that are keeping us from being completely incapacitated and driven mad by Leviathans.
For the most part.
Now, Leviathans could absolutely still come up and just crush this ship to smithereens.
Oh, I was saying I would be fine. I'll just walk along the bottom.
Right.
Assuming there is a bottom.
It's okay. I have about 3 good shots in me. I could get back to land on that.
We're out far enough at where the pressure would crush you. Anyway,
Ooh, I am not stress test for
I think
that.
I think the worst idea for Fume is that you wouldn't die.
Yeah. No, I'm thinking about bootstraps right now.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Is that you descend far enough that you can no longer move anymore, but
Just-
you also can't die because you're a spirit trapped inside a
there's
metal body.
this really horrible scene in the second Crescent City book in which a wraith gets caught betraying the big bad, and
Yeah.
they rip her from the body she's possessing, seal her in a glass box, and drop her in the ocean to the bottom of a trench.
Yeah.
Which
To
would
never
be
die and go insane.
Yep.
It's horrific.
So that's think about that. That could be you, bro.
But
It's
then,
truly horrific.
Oh boy, oh boy.
R.I.P. to my girl. Except she'll
But-
never die down there.
then I could test the hypothesis of amassing as much like electroplasm as I can and solidifying it to see if I can't turn myself into
And
either a
who
Leviathan or
are you?
demon.
Who are you
And
going
what will that
to
mean if you
share
can't
that
publish
with?
the study?
Myself! It'll be fun! I'll be alone with my thoughts for once instead of with you people.
Worry deeply for you sometimes.
Fuma's taken
don't.
over. He's arguing with the players now.
Fume, can we get Archie back, please?
Yeah, sorry, hold on. What? Hello?
3 weeks have passed.
There was an 80-year-old inside of me for some weird reason.
Anyway,
This is what lack of caffeine does to the man.
I would like to keep some eyes on the first officer before we make a move, see what he's about. Because while I don't necessarily think we could break him, if he has reservations about Panzea or designs on the ship, could use that to our advantage.
Do you think we just pay him off? You know, we're just putting on all these bells and whistles and it could just be that easy.
I think he's too principled for that.
Yeah.
He was not pleased to find out I had been in Panzea's office.
Alright then. More
Those are
surveillance.
best things to work with for now, along with the true question. Do we just hand Panzea the journal as proof?
Like a pretty simple solution.
I just think we need to be very sure that we can control the reaction. But if we can do that, it is sort of the straightest road to getting what we want.
Hear me out.
Regardless.
What if it is just as easy as that? Please, just for once, might we not overcomplicate things? I know it's a weird ask for me to ask.
Yeah, it's usually your fault.
It's usually my fault.
I think you're right. I think it is as simple as that. Deep down, I
Yes.
think he's already made his decision. He just needs a push.
I'd just like to be in control of the room when we push him.
So perhaps Grackle and I may invite him back to our quarters for a conversation. And the two of you, when the rooks are on watch in the vents.
There's not much space in here, Salome. I'm just saying.
Okay, the two of you are in the vents, and then the rooks can be,
In the ceiling.
I don't want to be in the vents.
Okay, you can be in the ceiling, and then you can put Jackdaw in the vent.
All right, we'll put Jackdaw in the vent.
He's a vampire. Grackle likes it in the vents.
True, true.
That's stereotyping. You should ask Jackdaw what he likes first.
Let's give it
Fair.
another couple of days. See if perhaps the bosun and the first officer meet again, and if that's going to go anywhere. And then drop the bomb. Figuratively.
Figuratively, looking at you.
I'm in a vent. You can't see me.
Damn it.
Looking at the vent.
Looking up at a dark vent.
Just like these blue orbs inside of them blinking back outward.
I did not know that was you. That would be horrifying.
Oh, wait, hold on. They turn red.
There you
It
go.
was.
Yes, now we're talking.
So plan is a couple days more observation on the first officer and the bosun. If nothing happens within a couple of days, arranging a meeting with Panzea to confront him with the Baron's journal.
Yes. Well, I think we're going to do that regardless.
But yeah,
But after a couple days, yeah.
got it. Okay.
And I will disclose at least to Grackle at some point. We don't have to do that he was completely truthful with everything that he told her in that conversation. Correct?
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like that would have been we
Right
would
away
have
thing.
debriefed on
Yes.
our way out. Yeah.
Yeah, I would assume so.
A small sidebar. I've been watching a lot of Spot the Anomaly videos recently, and I kind of wanted to turn the ship into one of those. Like have
observation
Pansy, like have Pansy walk the ship, look up at the vents, see red eyes, quickly turns around to see level 01.
Love it.
Okay, I would do a fortune roll just to see.
Oh
how
boy,
these
oh
things
boy.
Line up.
I always love fortune rolls.
Okay.
Secret fortune roll.
A secret fortune
I
roll.
don't like that.
Do you love
Oh,
fortune
yeah.
rolls
I
now?
started doing
Wings?
I started rolling real dice on Mondays, and I was like, I want to do this more often.
Okay.
Make them eyebrows.
Okay. The couple days pass. Jackdaw keeps a couple of the rooks on Elwick or Vaughn, or I've called him two different things at this point, but yeah. The first
The
officer.
first officer.
Officer the first.
Does not have another meeting with the bosun during that time period. So you get about like 2-3 days later. Yes.
Sorry.
Wings.
You
Wings
don't
made me
have
laugh.
to.
Wings made me laugh.
No, you don't have to.
Do you want to go ahead and arrange the meeting with Panzea?
You guys think? Do you want to wait? You want to wait it out?
We want to control the reaction as much as possible, right?
Yes.
How?
It just that piece of information just feels very important to me.
Solo, he needs to be alone, obviously. This is a private conversation.
Mhm,
And
mhm.
the only place that Grackle and Salome would ostensibly have any control over the environment would be in their quarters, because we can, So
I feel like there's a piece of the puzzle that we're missing about what's going on the show.
oh, completely. We always are, but I'm just waiting for the Leviathan to just, burst out. I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet. So, to be perfectly honest, above table, but
Do we give it a little more time?
one day more.
I will also give y'all that you are probably
Because we're out here on the boat. Like,
Yeah,
It's gonna
but
take
you
us
also
a while.
you do have a deadline.
Yeah.
Meaning when you arrive in where did I say we was gonna drop? Was it
Scotland?
Scoball?
Scoville.
Um,
Yeah, so how far is the journey? Or how long will it take us to get there?
Like a month or two, right?
no, not that long. These are like steam powered ship. Like this is not a sailing vessel. They go
Ideally-
much faster.
Ideally, do we want to turn this thing around before it gets to Scotland?
I
Or
imagine so.
if that's the case, then our timeline is halfway there so that we can turn around before provisions run
Mhm.
out.
I'm gonna say at this point, about like you're about a week and a half into your journey right now. You are probably hitting because y'all started in looking Dustfall to Lockport. Y'all are probably a little over halfway.
Okay. Yeah. We had to do it.
Unless we get all the way to Scotland, completely out of the Baron's reach,
And just start over.
and then and just live there.
Let's just go with Panthea's
And
plan.
that's the game, folks. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next week. Good
Wouldn't
night.
that be a crazy way to end this game? Be like, we make it to Scotland, y'all get off the ship.
It's
and
actually
start
really
your life.
nice here.
We
Yeah,
open
decide, let's
a
just
franchise.
let's just start a new life here. And then I just narrate everything that happens to Dustfall in epilogue. And
Dearest William.
It's in flames.
Or did we get to Scotland,
I
pop
do-
off in a place where where Panzea is not completely surrounded by allies?
See, my only concern is the shit happening in Duskfall while we're out here.
it's really y'all's call. If you want to make it to Lockport, there's, like you said, there's pros and cons to it. One, you are in an unfamiliar city, in a country, in an mostly unfamiliar country. Still,
It's like neutral ground, basically, for us.
I
well,
mean-
I mean,
They are
like,
familiar.
I mean,
Yeah.
between us and Panzea, like, for us and for Panzea, like, nobody necessarily has more pull than the other.
Pansy would have a lot more pull.
Really?
Like
for
he,
sure.
He's
yeah,
there all the time.
I
every
don't know.
time he goes on.
That's why I'm asking.
yes.
Yeah.
Scotland is where
Frequent's
most of the
here.
Leviathan blood, like refinement, is
Okay,
done.
well then,
So,
fuck that.
So
We don't wanna
he
get
does
there.
a lot of business in Lockport. That's why he was going to take y'all there, because he probably has more pull there than he does in Duskfall. So
We give it one more day. If they don't meet, I'll do some snooping, and then we pop off since we're already halfway.
That sounds good. Let's do
Okay.
it.
Okay, you do one.
I don't. Something's making me nervous.
They're,
trying to figure
like
out what
something
it
is
is.
niggling. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
something is
It's
niggling in the back of
because-
my mind, and I
Something's
don't
not
know
right.
what it is.
Because
Not
we
right.
don't have all the details.
Something's not right.
Yeah.
The glass says, "Give me one more day."
You wait one more day. I'm gonna say the next morning. I'm gonna say Panzea
Gasp.
comes by. You're probably like eating breakfast. Grackle and Salome. Panzea swings by in the mornings and says, I've Jack, I've been thinking a bit about our last conversation. I think we should probably talk some more before we get to Lockport.
I imagine Salome's in the room when this happens.
Probably, yeah.
Grackle's going to stand up and just kind of like put her hand on the journal and look at Salome.
I'm gonna do a good boy roll.
Ooh!
Ugh! I'm so both
Turns towards Pansia, shoots him.
happy and terrified I've introduced this concept.
Oh, we even
Okay.
use this in our home game now.
Yes.
11 or higher. I am good and we wait. And 10 or lower, and I'm gonna say go for it.
You're literally throwing the book in his face.
That's a natural 20. I am
Yay!
so good.
Yeah.
It's on yours, Steve.
Yeah.
So you decide to hold off on showing him the on the journal for now.
Just a soft shake of the head.
I'll pick it up and hand it to Salome and follow Pansia.
Got it. He takes you back towards the room you were talking in before. Salome, do you stay here? Do you?
No, I'm doing the exact same thing
Same
I
thing.
did before.
This
Remember?
kitchen staff is going to be like, why do you only work here once every week and a half?
I have a very specific shift.
Uh,
They have me,
She
they
has
have me in the
accommodations.
infirmary part of the time, but it's like, it's just like
Yeah.
the one man ahead, and
But
they
she
just,
just
they just send me in the
Um,
kitchen.
while that is
Grackle has
happening,
special accommodations.
while that is happening, Glass.
Me.
Jackdaw kind of pulls you aside, comes up, says, I just got word. They're talking again.
Where?
In the first officer's office.
Get someone in the vents.
Someone or you?
Okay. I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
Me. I want a couple loitering around as backup, though.
All right. Got it. He dispatches a few of the rooks to be on standby. Go ahead and give me a
Give me a boost.
Give me a prowl.
I'm good at this one. Oh, yeah, that's a 6.
Okay, 6. You
Prowl's
sneak,
one of
y'all
those
are
I
very
have
familiar with the vents of the ship now. You sneak into the vents leading to the first officer's. I imagine one of the rooks is like in the AC maintenance crew. Like all the rooks
Yeah,
are like
the
there's
HVAC guy.
nobody from the ship actually works the HVAC or the because we're deciding that there is air conditioning on the ship now. The rooks have cornered the market. They have a monopoly on the maintenance of the vents now. So y'all just have unimpeded
When we get back,
access.
we got to get him a van. The fake company name on the side.
Yeah. So you sneak in, heading towards the first officer's.
I do think
office.
Glass is like crawling through the vents and has a moment of like, why? How did my life get here? How did my life end up here?
Fair.
Shakes that off. That's for later. Keeps going.
So as you are sneaking up, you begin to hear the sounds of like conversation coming from up ahead, and you make it to the grate that you can see into the bosun's office or into the first officer's office, and you see bosun Reika, current and the first officer.
If it's
Vaughn.
just that they're fucking, I'm gonna be pissed.
No, they are not. I was about to say they're both bent over the desk, and I realized that was going to come across
Yeah.
as being like
I saved you.
sexual.
That was right.
It's not
Saved
sexual.
your ass.
It's an unsexual way.
If
They're
you had
both
told me they
looking-
were just fucking, I would have cheered. But
Completely.
that's just me.
Completely platonic bending over.
Yeah. One of them, you see, Vaughn is kind of standing back a little bit while the bosun is kind of like has a few papers and stuff around the desk. It looks like there's some like letters, some like written correspondence, and it looks like maybe like it's hard to make out from here, but they're like the angle of the room and where they're standing over, but they're looking at something on the desk. And you hear the first officer, Vaughn, says, "And you're sure about this?" She says, "Yes, I've checked with a few now. The information seems a bit... I couldn't get a straight answer from some of them, but it seems to confirm." "Right. Well, and I think we know what we have to do." "Are you sure, sir?" "Yes. This compromise is too much. We have to take care of this immediately before we make it to Lockwood. Right? My men are on it." Says, "No, I will handle it myself." And they begin to... they actually both leave the room together, leaving the stuff on the desk.
Immediately.
RJ just saw the message in the chat. That would be funny.
They come back in, they're fucking, and they're like, "So about Pansy's birthday party."
Yeah.
Yes, that's perfect.
I look at the
you
papers.
would-
It's just a drawing of a cake.
So you're going into the room to look at the papers?
Yeah. I drop
Okay.
out of the vents.
How do I do this? You drop out of the vents and head towards the desk. I'm going to cut away from this for a second. Grackle. You are speaking with Pansia. Back in the room, he sits down, kicks out a chair in case you want to do the same. Says, "Jack, I've been thinking a lot about what he said. What if there was a better way?
A better way.
What if... I have a lot of contacts in Duskfall. People that I work with. Some owe me a great deal of money. Others, long-standing business arrangements. Business has been well, and I owe most of that to Meriden. But I have built my reputation in the city very carefully, separating my interests from his as much as possible. I could reach out to the right people, and maybe we could do this in a bloodless way."
Bloodless.
Meriden was granted emergency powers, was elected as Lord Governor very quickly, given the tragic end of the former Lord Governor. I assume there are many, or I know that there are many in the city that question that decision. Some less altruistically, more for their own interests, seeing the success of the Baron and wanting it for themselves. We could use that, have him removed as the Lord Governor. He no longer has the power to protect himself behind. We quietly sweep him up and then sort all of this out on our own.
I think
Have you lied
Jack,
at all yet?
No.
I think Jack stands up at some point, kind of turns her back to him, and she's gonna like peek in through the kitchen window. She's gonna kind of raise an eyebrow at Salome, like, does she see this fitting into our plans at all? Can't hear you.
I think she gives a subtle nod. He's not lying. And before Pansia came to us with this, our plan was to amass allies and take the Baron down. And Pansia would be a huge ally.
Just flashing back to that Doctor Who scene where the Doctor and Donna see each other through the window. They're like,
Grackle has, over the past few days, had this subconscious habit of rubbing her arm. And she's just like gripping it right now. I don't know if you have the right kind of perspective to know exactly how quietly this is gonna go.
I am hoping I just want the chance to talk to him, to confront him man to man.
And you're already dead.
Maybe I am. But at least I'm going out with honor of trying to do things in a way that isn't shoot first and ask questions later.
Grackle will turn and look at him, and it's the saddest she's looked in a long time. What a waste.
We're going to cut away back to Glass. You skulk out of the air vents and land in the first officer's office. There is a bit of commotion out in the hall behind you. You can hear the footsteps moving away. Nobody seems to be coming back, though. As you look down at the desk, you see some papers spread about. It appears to be like written testimonials from members of the crew. There's like probably a dozen here. You kind of like are skimming across them, looking at the
oh no, it's an MLM.
at the testimonials.
Oh fuck.
It looks like they were gathered by the bosun for current members, some current members of the crew.
But that's what
you're
they were talking about during that conversation, right? They were talking about like the bosun had talked to some of the crew and
yeah,
gotten some information.
Yeah, you see from some of the crew, and it's interesting because each one goes over like their residence, like where they live, where they worked, where they came to, like before joining here. Because most members of the Leviathan crews like have jobs and like they live in Dustfall in the city. Like they're not always working on the ships.
Because they're only out during
the
season.
The season. Most of them are residents of Silkshore. A couple in Charter Hall. You see some accounts of like giving descriptions. Seeing some like there's like some going back like a few months to a couple years of like these testimonies were taken recently, but giving accounts of like a shootout that they witnessed in Silkshore back like 6 months to a year ago, or there was a fire at a small like pawn shop down the street from where they lived. They witnessed the event. Each one of them are giving like descriptions of people that they saw at those scenes. As you're beginning to piece a few things together, you see poking out from underneath one of the papers, there is a document, or there's a form that has like big block print on it. You see the word wanted across the top. As you
Who's
scan
on
to
it?
the side, you see Grackle's face.
I take those.
As you're taking those back across the ship, Grackle.
Wait, I would one thing.
Oh, yes.
I would communicate telepathically to Salome.
Before that happens, Grackle back across the ship. From the
No.
2 on my fortune roll before.
No!
There is a knock at the door to the officer's mess that you're currently in with Panzia. Panzia kind of turns and says, "Busy right now, come back." And the door opens. He begins to stand up. He says, "Do you not hear me?" As he turns towards the door, you see stepping in First Officer Bond, Bosun Reka, as well as about 8 other of the bosun's like security officers step in. Vaughn, Salve, just as you're getting the ping from Glass at this point, what is Glass saying?
Vaughn and the bosun know who Grackle is.
Just as you're getting that message and you're looking in to see this happen, Vaughn steps forward and says, "Captain Panzia." Panzia looks, says, "Vaughn, what's the meaning of this? I'm having a private meeting here." "Understood, sir. Unfortunately, that meeting is going to have to end now, as you are being relieved of your command." Panzia looks affronted by this and says, "By what authority do you have?" Vaughn steps forward, pulls from his lapel or from his coat a set of papers, tosses them onto the table and says, "Under the authority of the Lord Governor, you're being accused of consorting with criminals, as we have a confirmed wanted individual here in this very room," looks pointedly at Grackle, "and harboring such fugitives, escorting them outside of the purview of Duskfall in an attempt to escape the judgment of the law. You will be remanded to the brig, and upon returning to Duskfall, face trial for your crimes." Panzia says, "Vaughn, you don't understand. This is much more complicated than you know." And begins to step forward. Vaughn gives a nod to one of the men at his side, and they rush towards Panzia to grab him. A few others rushing towards you, Grackle.
Can I say one thing?
Yes.
Because I know what you're about to do. I read the move to make sure I knew how much stress I was going to take, and it's the same, so it's 1 stress for everybody. So can I say everybody heard me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it.
The bosun and the first officer know who Grackle is.
I'm going to message just Grackle. Let them take you. We'll get you out.
Understood.
All right. Grackle and Panzia are apprehended and hauled away. And you hear from the kitchen, Salome. Vaughn turns to the bosun and says, "There was the other one she was traveling with. Find her." As the bosun and the remaining members of her entourage presumably head out to search for Salome, not realizing she is in the room next door. That's where we're going to go ahead and take our break.
Son of a bitch. This is what I was afraid of.
We will come back to see how the crew deals with this. But for right now, we're going to step away and refresh for a moment. So go grab a snack, grab some water. Make sure you're drinking plenty of that. meds, whatever you need to do. We'll be back here very soon. Until then, stay tuned. Welcome back, Internet. Thanks for hanging out with us while we took our break. We're going to go ahead and jump back in. So, where things currently stand. Grackle and Pansia are being dragged off to the brig with have first officer, or I guess now Captain Vaughn, having discovered
Interim
that
Captain
Grackle,
Vaughn.
that Grackle, her identity, who she was, using that to remove
Damn it, we should've
Pansia
changed her
from his
face.
position, and arresting the two of them, relieving Pansia from command. Salome, hiding in the kitchens, overhearing what just happened, or just transpired, also learned that they are looking for her as well. But everyone is aware of it. Given Glass, you are currently in Vaughn's office, having just sent a telepathic message to the rest of your group, letting them know exactly what's going down and what Vaughn
I
has.
have a question about that, actually.
Mhm.
Do the Rooks count as every cultist?
They're part of our.
It says your whispered message is heard by every cultist. If we have a cohort with us, are they included in that?
Well, so this is the fun part of like deciding.
Deliberating, yeah.
Yeah,
Because it's from another playbook, obviously.
It's from the cult playbook,
Right.
and the
Yeah.
assumption with that playbook is that everyone in your crew is a member of your cult.
Mhm.
Y'all took that and reflavored it.
Well, no, we just took it. We're just
Well, you
literally
took
using
it, but I was like, because y'all are not are y'all a cult? Have we do I need to
No.
have this conversation? Are
But
y'all
we have
a
a
cult?
whisper.
We
Um,
regularly
We are a cult of
do weird
personality.
ritual. Ah, yours is better than what I was gonna say.
We are a cult of personality. This is fair.
But honestly, I think it'd be really funny if none of the Rooks got the message, but Kellen got the message.
Skellen's like at
She's
home,
not
like,
even there.
oh fuck, what?
What?
Let me pull up the.
I should probably tell someone about this, I guess.
Just, I feel like we should make a ruling on this
Yeah.
Yeah.
now that we're taking the boys out more. Now that everyone that works for us is a thug.
Honestly, I think for that ability, it should work for the 4 core members of the party, because like we would be considered as like the cultists, and our people would be our thralls in this situation.
That's still part of the
Yeah.
cult, though.
True.
I mean, the people that are being controlled by the leaders of the cult are cultists.
Yeah.
If anything,
Okay,
it's the leaders
so-
of the cult that aren't called cultists.
So here's what I'm gonna say. Because this is the thing, and I don't think we've really adjudicated well, but if we're gonna expand it this way, we're gonna expand it this way, because the one stress is your whispered message is heard by every cultist. You can't just decide
Yes.
one person. So if you want to do this, everyone in your group, including the people back at Duskfall, and everyone in your group is getting
Again,
is all
I don't
that-
have
is
an
all part of
opinion
the
either
group
way.
chat.
I don't have an opinion either way. I just want to know how
words-
it works.
Word semantics, every cultist means all of the occultists on Duskfall.
Means everyone in Dustfall who is in a cult.
That's why we had to kill that one cult.
Yeah. Because it doesn't. The
They
thing
were-
about it
they
is
were-
that it's very vague.
Yeah, well,
And
because
so
the
we
Bound in
have
Darkness
been
move-
have been using it to communicate like specifically with one other person, which I don't technically
Well,
think is
you
how it's supposed to
can.
work. But
Oh no, actually, you can't. It says you may use teamwork maneuvers with any cult member, regardless of the distance separating you. By taking one stress, your whispered message is heard by every cultist. So yeah,
those are two separate
Uh,
sentences.
So yeah, technically speaking, y'all cannot communicate individually with this. Everyone hears all the messages all the time.
We should kill
So
this guy.
hey, I need us to retcon that anytime y'all have used this to speak with each other, everyone else got this message.
Okay.
But we're just now figuring out how it works. Like, oh fuck. So what's the?
It's just
what-
something we didn't really pay attention to. But technically, the way like this move is supposed to work is that people are like initiated into this like network. So
and then
you
gain the
could-
ability.
you could not have certain members of your crew if you decide like, oh, this cohort is not being initiated into this thing. But once they are initiated into it, they're getting.
We're not
part of the-
grandfathering them into the plan,
They're part of
essentially.
the group
Yeah.
chat at
Okay.
that point.
So
and
we
they
need
get
to
all the
decide if we've
messages.
done that.
Yeah.
It seems like the answer is no.
I would like to add at least the named NPCs into the circle.
And now I'm imagining us sending out a message and then appending at the end, like, is it Kellen Smash? Like, you disregard this message.
Okay.
We cannot
Before we
CC.
move on, because we need to decide this now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I need names of everyone that you've initiated into this.
I think it would just need to. I think it would make the most sense that it's only our actual cohorts, like ones that we have made cohorts.
Named cohorts that are not part of a crew.
Okay, so from the sheet, that would be Steiner,
Mm-hmm.
Esther, Kellen, Buttercup.
Melvier?
Okay, we're not going to do animals. The animals don't get.
It's
Animals-
okay. I already have that with them.
They
And
can't
then
consent.
if you wanted
And Jacked on the Rooks.
if you wanted just the named ones, it would just be Jackdaw, and then it would have been Smash and Grab.
Yeah.
So it would have been like the individuals, and then like the leaders,
The captains,
of
essentially.
the cohort. Yeah.
Wait, which one's dead? Is it Smash or Grab? I forgot.
Smash.
Grab's life.
Grab is alive.
I'm gonna put Smash's name, and I'm gonna put an underscore or a strike through on it.
Mash
Cool.
has been smushed.
When you go onto a wikia and you see like a little cross symbol next to somebody's character's name in relationships.
Yeah.
Okay, so those, including the four of you, those 5 people are part of this, and anytime you use this ability, they are also getting those messages.
Steiner, Grab, Esther, Kellen, and Jackdaw.
Cool. All right.
Are we good with that?
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
100%.
Yeah.
Final
Okay.
answer. Okay.
Yes. Final answer.
All right. Doo-doo-doo. Let's.
Who wants to be a millionaire?
Sorry, it's on my brain from the last.
Yeah,
I
the
just
last
watched
Game
it. I just
Changer.
watched
Yeah,
it.
I just watched that too. So
Uh,
good. They're so lovely to each other. Anyway.
yeah.
I love Jacob Wysocki.
Okay. Cool. So all of those people and the 4 of you have received the messages, are aware. What is everyone doing?
There is just the kind of quick footsteps coming up behind Salome as Fume grabs her by the wrist and goes, Miss Salome, we need to get out of here. I'm gonna spend a stress to create a flashback of Fume enlisting Emilian to help him so that they can hot swap bodies when he needs to go do sabotaging stuff.
Okay.
Is
so we're
Emilian
we
here?
want to do a flashback that you smuggled Emilian onto the ship.
Emilian was like in the small like orb body, and then they just hot swap whenever Fume needed to go and fuck with something.
Oh
so he
my
could still
God.
maintain his shift, but also saboteur.
Holy
Okay.
shit.
Okay. For that flashback, I'm gonna call that a.
That's heavy.
How many stress would this be to be thinking about?
So ready. I'm so ready. Give it to me. Give me all the
I'm gonna
stress.
say no. I'm just gonna say 2 stress for this
Oh,
one.
okay.
Yeah, because I think that's not crazy that you would have thought to have Emilian piloting this. So yeah, yeah. I'll go with 2.
Now, did he tell anyone about it?
So Emilian in Fume's main body comes up to Salome at this moment. Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm trying to decide, do I play Emilian in this situation or do you play Emilian in this situation?
Sorry.
No, it's all good. Yeah.
Wait, do you want to swap? You could play Fume in the robot body, and I'll play Emilian for now.
No. You stick with Fume. Yeah. So Fume comes up to you, Salome, says this, grabs you by the wrist.
Would I Does his voice change? Would I have?
I
any
think it would sound the
idea?
same.
It's the
right?
same.
Yeah.
No, it's with a lighter intonation, like he hasn't been beaten down by the world.
Same voice box, different personality.
Yeah.
I think to make this simpler, he like sees your confusion, says, "It's Emilian."
Right. I need to get back to me and Grackle's room immediately because I need to collect some things that I don't want anyone to have.
Okay, we should go then. Now.
Yes. Is there a way that I could have? Can I spend a load to use my what's it called? My subterfuge kit and disguise myself?
You want to do quickly disguise yourself right now, or say flashback? You did disguise yourself before.
Let's do a flashback. I did disguise myself before.
Got it. So yeah, we'll call that a 1 stress flashback. You can expend that to have disguised yourself. I'm good
Great.
with that.
So I do spend the load or I don't?
You do spend the load. Yeah,
Okay.
you spend both the load and the stress.
Got it.
But
Okay, cool.
that changes it, because if you were to that changes the timeline, whether you're taking the time right now to disguise yourself or you're saying you already did.
Already did it. Yep. So that we can speedily I can make the excuse in the kitchen. Well, I have to get back to the infirmary. If you finish the buns, and then yeah, we'll rush off. Basically, like Salome will leave the rest of the shit, other than potential load that she might need, and I'm just grabbing the journal. That needs to be grabbed.
We're gonna do a fortune roll to see if you get there before they do.
Okay.
Can I say
Mhm.
I have put the rooks on full alert?
That is true. You do. The rooks are aware of what's going on.
Because they already knew. I already had a couple with me loitering around, and then Jackdaw got the message as well.
Mhm.
So they'd be on full alert.
Got
just
it.
just contextually.
Okay. I'm gonna do a fortune roll with the rooks. I'll do this one in the open.
So if you need to send somebody else to grab your shit.
I can do a fortune roll if you want to leave it to the rooks. I'll do a fortune roll with the rooks, their quality, to determine whether they are able to get there to maybe clean out your stuff before. Because
if you want to go that route, just to
no,
just
that
more
sounds great.
more context for us.
Because you're on the back foot right now, they would have a better vantage point to get there before you did. So let me we'll roll with their quality. I think this qualifies as spy stuff, like
Oh yeah.
gathering it, doing all this sort of stuff. So I'll give them their expertise on that. So I'll do 4 dice.
That's good. 4 is good.
And we'll roll 5. Okay. Mixed success. They're not able to get everything.
Okay.
Can
they at least forget my other stuff, get the journal?
Get the journal. Yes.
If that means I don't have load for the remainder of this, I don't have load.
I'm
for
not
the
going to
remainder
say
of
that
this.
you don't have load. I'm just going
Or
to
limit it to light now, because
What were you
they got my
at? Were you at
shit.
normal?
I was just at normal, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, let's do. I think that makes the most sense. They grab the documents, they grab that, but you are limited to light load unless for some reason you're able to get your stuff back.
Okay.
So they're able to get there fast enough to grab the journal, to make sure that does not fall into the wrong hands.
Okay.
But they do not have enough time to fully clean out the room. They grab a few other things of yours. Just they grab an armful and make a run for it.
Cool.
So, and we can say, so Emilian and you duck off somewhere else, probably realizing that it's not a good idea for you to head back to that room because that's where they're going to be looking for you.
Yeah.
Emilian kind of scrolls your way somewhere else, and the rooks come with the few things that they were able to grab and give you the journal.
Okay.
A little bit of a game of telephone. Jackdaw is able to the benefit of having Jackdaw in this thing too is that Jackdaw can message y'all, and Jackdaw lets everybody know that that the rooks were able to grab that. Salome is secure. Glass, you're still in Vaughn's office, and Fume, are you in engineering right now?
Fume.
Sorry, what's up?
Are you in engineering right now?
He is floating inside of the vents as his little orb form.
Okay, you're skulking around. Okay, so what is the plan? Well, Grackle. Before we cut to Grackle being incarcerated, what is everybody doing on the heels of this?
I think Glass is going to pass this along through the network as well. Let's let them think they have the upper hand. Wait till they get comfortable. And then we'll strike.
Righto.
Agreed.
I think like several vents away, Glass just hears the mechanical whirring of buzzsaws just getting ready.
Trying to decide if that's comforting or unsettling, but for Glass, I think it's comforting. Real quick, go through the rest of Vaughn's shit, see if there's anything else in here. Does he have like correspondence with the Baron, or
yeah, you want to try to
anything like
take the time,
that?
Or is he
Yeah,
just
yeah,
a
yeah.
super principled, lawful, neutral
Yes.
dude?
Because I think I am of the opinion that trying to prevent Grackle and Panzea from getting locked up is not a good idea.
No. That's
And then we should
why
wait for our
Salome said
moment.
Grackle let them take you because
And not
we
show
need,
our
we need
hand.
time to prepare.
Yes.
Yes, this would
So,
be really
assuming
good
he's busy for the next
information
minute or so.
Mhm.
Flip through.
Yes, you. What do you want to do? Like a study survey?
I'm always trying to find a way to make it a tune.
Um,
Do I have Witcher senses?
I
Ooh.
will say,
Down a potion.
Yeah.
I will say, if you want to do something spooky here, to
Here's what I'm imagining.
Mhm.
The Frogwares Sherlock Holmes computer games, right?
uh-huh.
Computer games, video games. Do you know computer games?
Yeah, the computer games. Yep. Okay, Dad.
The Frogwares Sherlock Holmes games.
Mm-hmm.
They have that thing. I might have referenced this before on this show, actually. It's been almost 60 episodes, so who's to say? But it's got that, like, his Sherlock vision in that one lets him, do you know what I'm talking about? Or lets him, like, recreate the
Pepper snuff.
the events. No, not, you don't hit him with the pepper snuff for this one. That's different. That's for the alive people. Yeah, but where it's kind of that, like, semblance of, it's like the ghostly, like, remnants of where people have been, like, can I tap into that? Because this is his office and we're on a boat, so I imagine he probably spends a lot of time in here. And
So here's what I'll give you.
people leave energy signatures.
I will allow you to do a tune in this situation with the caveat that there's a lot of dampening technology on this ship, so I will limit your effect. You will have to push yourself to get a standard effect. So I will allow it. It will be risky limited.
Okay. I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
I think the extra dice are worth it. Because it's 4 dice versus 2 dice, so
yeah,
changes the odds quite a bit.
Yeah. So it's
Unless
you're
I
starting
can like sway the papers to come out
that I'm gonna say no
and
to.
tell me they're secrets. Okay. We'll work on
I
that.
allow a lot of bullshit in this game, but I will not stand for that.
You don't know until you ask.
And
Okay.
I respect it, but I'm saying no.
And I respect your no. Sorry. just making sure I don't have anything for this.
So you're risky limited. If you want to, you can push yourself for a standard effect, unless somebody else wants to assist.
Does anybody have stress to burn?
Let's see. I'm
really?
at 6. Yeah.
No.
I think you're one of the lower stress people.
Yeah. I'll push.
Okay. Spend your 2 stress. And so you're bumping that up to a standard effect.
Yes.
Got it. Go and roll.
Okay, that's 5.
5. Okay. With a mixed success, how much do I want to give you? So you have the obvious papers and stuff here that you were looking over. You hunt around the room, going through drawers, checking for like hidden compartments, things like that. You don't you attune to the ghost field, like looking for places that he's been, like kind of looking for those trails of like where he's moved, like the
Yeah, where are you hiding shit?
disruptions in the field here. You don't see him going to, like, there's no like hidden paintings or there's something behind, and what you're gathering too is like metal ship, like this isn't really a space that he could like modify things to like hide stuff. The only place really is the desk, because that is the only piece of like furniture. There's like a chair and stuff like that, but like really the desk is the only like main piece of furniture in this room that could be modified in that sort of way. Given that the desk, he seems to use this desk a lot, it's kind of hard to tell from the disruptions of the field like any specific part of the desk that he may be like, reaching down to hit a button on or something along those lines. So you have a hard time utilizing Attune to really like locate that. But what you do see is there are some drawers that seem to be used more than others, and you do find like seeing the like after images and the trails of where which ones he's using, and you realize like it's probably, if he did have any sort of secret correspondence or anything in here, it's probably not one that he's using regularly. It's probably one of the lesser used areas, and I think the main issue here is like the limitation for time. If you had the time, you could fully turn over this desk and find everything in it, but you're making that snap decision to go, okay, I'm gonna go for the drawers and try to hunt through the ones that he's using the least. You pop open that, bring out like a stack of folders and books and documents, and you're like skimming through those, and you find a book that's kind of like near the bottom of this pile, that catches your eye because it is a
It's the Necronomicon.
yes, it's a Necronomicon, and a bunch of Deadites up here.
Yay!
No, but it's actually like an old nautical book on like old like what's the word I'm looking for? It's almost like an etiquette book for like commanding officers, and like it's like a treatise or something written by an old like sailor of like the proper way to conduct oneself aboard like a nautical vessel, and
I
how to
see.
treat the ones. It's basically like ye old how to be a good boss,
I
like
love it.
BuzzFeed articles, like 10 top
It's like
traits of a good boss.
Miss Manners.
Yeah. But this is written in a very again, very old, like this would be like us reading like a Victorian era, like, you know, traits of a proper like commanding officer. So anyway, that catches your eye because it's out of everything else is more practical. This is a little more,
Why does this guy have a self-help book?
yeah, it's more of like a self-help book. It's kind of thrown in the mix. Um, you pull that book out, and as you do, a uh, a folded up piece of paper slips out of the between the pages onto the floor. Assuming you pick that up,
Yeah.
look at it. There is a letter that is written by Vaughn, that appears he never sent. Like it was never mailed or anything. It looks like this was written to someone. It's not even signed like who it was to. But it looks like something he wrote and then decided to fold up, stuck in this book, and never mailed or had delivered to whoever its intended recipient was.
Well, what does it say?
When you begin to read it, you realize like this is very personal. Like
Good.
it's very like, this is not a business document. This is not like the speaking. The tone here is like, but also it doesn't appear to be. It's not like a love letter. It's the warmth that you would write a letter to like a relative with. And it begins with, you know, general questions of like, things are well. My commission is going very well. The ship is making a lot of has made a lot of good improvements. I'm finding myself in a great position here for furthering my career. And you see, like, as you're reading it, what strikes you first is that, and like holding the pages in your hands, like this has probably been in this book for a long time. Like this is something that he probably wrote. You would guess this letter could be like 5-8 years old. Like the parchment has been like the creases where it's been held in this book are worn enough that it looks like it's been in here for a while. It's probably been taken out a few times, and like it's been opened and folded back up and put in this book.
But he wrote it.
He wrote it. And but it goes on and it starts talking about like Panzea and says, you know, I am perplexed by my commanding officer, like that Captain Panzea seems to be a great sailor, seems to be very loved by his crew, but everything I've been taught at my time in oh god, what was the name of the school? Is the institute? It's one of the Dustfall universities. I
The
forget.
Naval
which
Academy?
one. Yeah, but there is an academy in Dustfall. It's one of the two schools.
West
It's not. It's either Charter Hall University
West
or
Point.
Dustfall. I don't remember which one in the lore is the one that the captains and
But my
stuff
man has a degree.
Yes, he does. He says like everything I've learned, the way he commands his ship seems to fly in the face of everything that I learned, but he's very successful in doing it, and it seems to be working for him. You know, I wish to learn from him and his style of captaincy, that maybe the way that things are taught isn't necessarily the best way to actually in practice, that, you know, kind of like butting up against this idea of you know, the things this very buttoned up man like learning in school, like when things were one way, and then seeing in the real world it's like, oh, that's not the most efficient way to do this. And he goes on a little bit about like, you know, seeing his captain like fraternize with the crew, and just how different that is, and not in like a hostile or adversarial way, but more just like of a curiosity that he has. But you reading this letter, it seems that there's a lot of respect there. The letter concludes with him saying, you know, this is but the first step in my career. I look forward to learning much, and I am hoping that you will see me as the captain of my own vessel before how would this be worded? Yeah, I think it says I hope against hope that you will see me standing as the captain of my own vessel before your illness takes you. And
there's the point I'm going to spin it on.
It is signed like in warmest regards, Von Delwick. And what you see here, and again, I talked about this a little bit, is that like this is a very old letter, but it looks like he's taken this out and read it many, many, many times. Like the areas of the paper are kind of worn, the folds on the crease are weathered as well. Everything would tell you that this was something he wrote as a younger man, and is held as a keepsake for a long time.
I have an idea. Turn the crew against him.
They do love Panzea.
Because they love him. They respect him. And this man did too. And then right there at the bottom, after admitting he doesn't understand how Panzea runs things and how it flies in the face of everything he was taught, whatever respect is in that letter, this man wants to be the captain of his own ship. And I'm about to spin this as a mutiny.
Yes.
If you guys are on board.
I love it. I fucking love it.
The crew is gonna hate this.
Mm-hmm.
This is gonna be so fucking funny.
Should have been hotter, I guess. Sorry, Vaughn.
You should have just been banging each other. God.
If I have to pick between him and Panzea, I'm picking Panzea.
100%.
All right. Do I run this by the group? Or do I just start a whisper campaign?
Above table, you do absolutely you. Below table, Salme trusts you on this shit.
I snuck my brother aboard this mission without telling anyone. So.
Yeah, we don't ask permission here, and we very rarely ask forgiveness.
True.
I'm gonna take that. I know what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
I'm gonna take this letter. I'm gonna take some more parchment. I'm going to, not the whole letter, the important bits. I'm gonna recreate, and I am going to change the wording slightly to make it sound like he has less respect for Panzea than he does, and to make it sound more like
he's been plotting this for a while.
Yeah. I'm gonna forge an unsent letter, essentially, and then I'm gonna disseminate that among the crew.
Got it. Okay.
The gears are turning today, baby. Let's burn it all down.
So there are a couple ways we can settle this action. You could either, if you're utilizing the rooks to pass this information along and really like pitch this amongst the crew, you could do a command with the rooks. They could also do a fortune roll. You could do a setup action to their roll as well.
Okay. So I will create that, because they're good. They had like 4 dice earlier, right?
Yeah, for
Great.
stuff that kind of falls into the sabotage, spying, like that kind of stuff.
Okay. So
They
then
roll 4, as well
can
as
I-
with kicking ass now.
Yeah, they all been working out.
Yeah.
That's how I'm like pitching it to myself in my brain, is that everybody's got their own shit, but we have required everyone to start working out
Yeah.
so they can kick ass.
You
if
put a
need be.
gym in the jewelry box, and
Yeah, and
everyone's
so even
required to-
Kellen now is just like all muscle, like ready
Yeah.
to go, muscle wizard.
So yeah, let's do this. Let's do your forge in the document as a setup action, and then whether you want to have them roll or you want to do a
I will.
command to tell them what to do.
Can I use? Well, what would I be rolling to?
For your setup here,
set up.
probably a sway.
Okay.
I think makes the most
My
sense.
sway, command, and finesse are all the same, and those were like the ones I was looking at. So, I guess it's just like flavor.
Yeah, I think sway makes the most
Okay,
sense.
so I'll
so this
sway.
is for the letter. This is for your setup
Yes,
here.
I'm gonna make this, and then I'm going to give it to the rooks, and say, you gotta show as many of the crew as possible this.
Got it. All right. So go ahead. Let's
Tell
do the
them
setup
they're putting
first.
Panzea in the brig, and this is why. I completely am leaving Grackle out of it, and this is why. This is actually why.
So let's do your sway first.
I might
risky
be a little bit of a psychopath. And that's a 6, baby. Let's go. Burn it down.
So with a 6, you are able to give a +1 effect level or improved position to the rook's roll here. Do you want to go with the additional effect to move this up from like a standard to a great effect?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, so I'm going to tell them, I'm going to give them this. I'm going to tell them, show it around, tell the crew, keep it close to the vest. And we're going to wait until we're all on the same page. And then we're going to grab Vond and spring Panzea.
Okay. I will go ahead and roll for the rooks then.
Glass has gone completely unhinged. We're taking over the boat.
So 4 dice.
Heard Fume in the vents. I know he's ready to go. I know he's ready to pop off.
4 dice. We're calling this risky great effect. Let's see what the result is. That's a 6. Okay.
Yes!
So we've got that set up. So you send Jackdaw and the rooks. They take the letter and begin to move around the ship, begin to spread word that Panzea is in the brig. Vond has taken over the captaincy.
I put the book
and-
back, but I keep the original letter.
And then letting some of them showing this letter around, saying that this could be a mutiny, that
He's betrayed
leaving out the part about Grackle and all of that, and saying that Vond is attempting to mutiny against Panzea.
And this is another thought that I had about the plan. So I'm going to leave out Grackle completely. Because then if Vaughn starts saying, oh, it's the Baron's daughter and this and that and the other and the Baron, blah, 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 he's going to sound a little insane.
Got it.
Be like, what are you talking about? He
Listen,
said, I'm going to pitch it as he's making excuses.
we should have started this plan at the beginning of the week, so I could have been poisoning him slowly over time.
I mean, we could do a flashback and you could have been poisoning him just for fun.
Just for fun.
I mean, it's a little fun to poison fake people in a fake game.
So I want to cut to, while all of this is happening over the next few hours, Fume. I haven't really gotten much. You are aware, you're in the vents. You're in your drone form.
I imagine I made the orb aware of my plan.
He was an event next to you.
Yeah.
You got the message from Glass about about Grackle, them knowing about Grackle. What is Fume getting up to?
It is a very unique opportunity for Fume to be in these vents in a very capable body. He is running surveillance in places where the rooks can't get into.
Okay. So you're more keeping an eye out on what's going on around the ship.
Yeah.
Okay. Any specific thing you're looking out for, or
He primarily is gonna patrol areas where he knows where the higher ups frequent. Essentially, like listening in on their conversations to see how they feel about Panzea getting brigged and like
Yeah.
if there's any other plans going on. Essentially,
okay? Let's do a roll for that then. Do you want to do like a study or a survey? So study is study. You are looking at a specific person with close scrutiny, so it'd be more like tailing a single individual. Survey is more like getting an idea, like from the situation, like what's happening.
I'll do a study primarily
Okay.
focusing on the first mate turned captain.
Got it. Okay.
That's a 5.
Okay. I was just gonna make this risky standard.
Yeah.
Okay, 5. You begin to tail Vond from the air vents while all this is happening. You see as Vond and the bosun escort Grackle and Panzea down to the brig. The two of them are placed in this like holding cell. Each of them is like in a separate, like there's essentially like a line of like 8 or so of these different like small little like holding rooms. There are a few other people in here right now, people that got a little bit rowdy and were like thrown in the brig for a couple of days, like during the last couple of days of the voyage. Panzea is placed in one, Grackle is placed in the one across from Panzea. And as the coming, you see it like there's a bit of a commotion from people, like the other ones that are in the cells. What's going on here? And Vaughn says, "You'll be briefed soon enough. Mind your own business for now."
Foolish words.
They kind of like quiet up soon enough. Pansy is like pushed inside and spins back around, like going against the bar. Says, "Vaughn, what has gotten into you? We can talk about this. We can discuss this. There's more going on here than you understand." Vaughn says, "There will be plenty of time for you to discuss this once we get back to Dustfall. It's not for me to make any judgments on your culpability in the matter right now, Captain." Turns to the bosun and says, "Place a few of your men here. Make sure that they aren't disturbed and conversation is kept to a minimum." Bosun gives a nod. And Vaughn heads off, leaving the bosun and a few of her men posted up at this room. If you want to continue to follow Vaughn, then we can carry forward like the success of your role, or you can stay here if you want.
If there are guards being placed here, Fume sees no like opportunity to speak with Grackler Panzea, so he'll continue following Vaughn.
Okay. So you begin to follow Vaughn, makes his way up to the upper decks to the bridge, gathers a few of the officers, brings them into a room, and briefs them on what happened. He shares with so you see currently here be most of the officers or the deck. So Atrina, a few of the ones you haven't met yet, so like Corin, Lena Cray is there. The only one really that's not there is the bosun, because she is currently with Panzea. He briefs them all on that. There's a bit of like commotion amongst them, like few of them asking like, "How could you do this?" Like there's a bit of like a back and forth there. The chief engineer Trina says, "So, what does this mean for the voyage? We need to turn back right now, ensure that this is all dealt with. This is too much to be dealing with while we are on our journey here." You see Vaughn nods and says, "I agree. This turn of events is This may be too much for us to continue our expedition. I don't wish the crew to be distracted, and this could pose potential complications with Pansy. I plan to address the crew within the hour and inform them of what has transpired. However, for now, until this information is made public, please keep it to yourselves. Ensure that everything continues to operate as normally. I will discuss with Lena. We need to ensure that we take the safest passage back to Duskfall, and then we will have to prepare for a new voyage. Some of the crew may leave without Panzea here. And there will be arrangements to be made, legal ramifications for the ownership of the Cernunnos. We'll have to speak with the Lord Governor directly, but regardless, once this is dealt with, we should have enough time left in the season to continue our expedition and avoid any unnecessary delays. There's a bit of like tension and a bit of discussion and stuff that happens just back and forth.
I am going to spend a stress to send a message over the network. Glass, you have 1 hour before things get out of hand. If you have any misinformation that needs to be spread, I suggest you do it now.
Got it. You got a mixed success. I will if you want to ask me a question about any of the interactions here or anyone else, because you specifically did say your study was focused on Vaughn. Is there anything you want to know in this moment?
Is there anyone who is openly hostile to Vaughn?
Interesting. So I think there's a little bit of, there is friction here amongst the crew. Vaughn has been with Panzea the longest, so I think there's a lot of shock that this has happened. Like he explains the stuff with Grackle, and like that essentially he explains to them that Panzea has brought some fugitives on board and was planning on bringing them to Skovland. They are wanted by the Lord Governor's office directly. He's very like pragmatic and like not going into a lot of hypothesis about like who these people, like what Panzea's relationship
He's just
with
all
them or
business right
just
now.
very business is like this needs to be dealt with by the proper channels, and we need to get everyone back in order to deal with that. So there's a lot of discussion, things going on from that. There is friction. I don't think any outward hostility, because there's a lot of respect towards him, and he is now like acting captain of the ship. So nobody immediately like kind of like gets in his face, so there's no it doesn't come to blows or anything. But there is a lot of uncertainty, confusion, fear, like that you're picking up from the other officers.
Okay. Fume's gonna meet back up with Emilian and Salome wherever they may be.
Got it. Let's go to that. So Salome, you're with Emilian, little orb, like skitters. Does it float? I don't remember if it floats.
It floats. It has the levitation ability,
Cool.
but also can
fall. It comes hovering down from the ceiling.
There you are.
You've got mail. Hello.
Oh, this is a bit of a mess, isn't it?
Well, do you have a minute? I have something to play for you. And the circular orb opens up to reveal a little disc and phonogram that will play back the entire conversation that he listened to.
Interesting. Okay. I forgot that we established that you can do this. Yep.
It's a thing I picked up.
You play back the conversation.
Do I pick up any falsehoods amongst the people that were having this conversation?
Oh, that's real dirty.
I'm going to have you also do a a study.
Okay.
Um,
2 in that.
because there's a lot going on and it's a recording and everything. Like,
Totally fair.
Can I throw in a small detail?
yes.
Fume has his like spider-like appendages out, and they are marionetting little dolls of the people in the room as they're
sorry.
speaking.
You're saying that you have little dolls made of everyone that.
I had a lot
the-
of free time in the vents,
Uh-huh.
or it could be like
Alright.
a bottle cap and a
Alright,
chip,
fine.
and
Let
like a...
the man do his crafts.
Let him
10
go.
stress flashback. No.
Take it away, Penny.
Yes, I will allow this bullshit. Yes, you do.
give
that.
us a little levity.
Yeah, if you begin to puppet little little figures representing the different people, so Sal has a better idea understanding who's talking.
Yes.
It's like little finger puppets of dragons, horses, and
Uh-huh.
whatnot.
2 dice. Success.
Oh,
Wait, 2 dice what?
2 dice, 2 sixes.
2 sixes. Okay.
Christ.
She's
Okay.
doing it.
She started to believe.
She's doing it, Kermit. Yay!
Okay.
She's locked in on this bottle cap and chip and their conversation.
Uh-huh. You listen to the conversation in detail, like playing it back.
Mhm.
You're listening for any like anything that would key you in on like, somebody lying, somebody not like saying the full truth, like what's going on here. Not picking up any like deceptions, like I said, Vaughn being very pragmatic, laying everything out there. There is the okay, yeah. So there's one interaction that catches you that you like pick up on with the crit success. Goddamn, you're rolling so well today.
Sometimes you
The
do like that.
you hear let's say it's Atrina, the chief engineer. Basically like they've had a discussion, Vaughn's laid everything out and she says, wait, so you knew this fugitive was on board and we left harbor. Why didn't anybody say anything when they were brought aboard ship? We all met them. They came into the bridge. Why didn't you say anything then? Vaughn says, I wasn't aware at that point. The identities of these fugitives were not made knowledge to me until a few days ago. Apparently, they were recognized by some of the crew, according to Reka. From there, we gathered some information and pulled some of the testimonials from the crew. There's, as I said, it doesn't matter at this point. The point is that it was knowingly done by Pansia, and we need to alleviate ourselves of this matter as soon as possible. You don't sense any lies in that, in those statements. The conversation continues, and then you get another question from I'll say this time it's Lena. Says, all right, well, the chart should still be good. We have plenty of time. We'll have to make up time by not stopping in Lockport upon our departure from Dustfall. I'll rewrite the charts, but everything that we have says that we could make up this time later and not miss the season in its entirety. He says, good. It's good to hear. But that brings the matter of the captaincy. The Sununos belongs to Pansia. Once once it's all dealt with, what would you captain the vessel? What's going to happen there? Vaughn says, that is going to be very complicated. I do not wish to take upon the captaincy in this matter. But if I must, for the sake of our continued voyage, I will. You sense no lie there.
So he means it.
Don't care. Time to make him look like a big liar.
The but I must, he moves the little dragon figure a little too dramatically.
He at least believes what he's saying.
Many people buy into their own bullshit.
Perhaps there's an easier way to go about this. Or
Yes,
at
but-
least a contingency to go about this. I've no problem dealing with this man as we've begun. However, if he is as principled as he appears to be, then if we could explain to him the goings-on of the Lord Governor, that may be an in as well.
You know, I was going to joke and say, where would I ever find a 45mm cannon? And here we are on a ship. Alright, I'll see what I can do about talking to Grackle and relaying plans. I'm getting a little too worn out to continue using the whole mental facility thing.
I think if it comes to it, one of the rooks, or perhaps Jackdaw, could take the journal, say they found it amongst Grackle and my possessions, just true, and hand it over to him.
That could work.
See what happens, at least.
Right. Things really got sticky fast, huh?
Oh, it's Dustfall. It's always complicated.
Alright, well, I'm gonna start getting to work on what do we need to do. Emilian,
Yes.
do your best to protect Lady Salome, would you?
Will do.
And don't point the palms of your hands to your face. There's like little indentations and panel lines where he normally releases electroplasm from
Yeah.
them.
Looks at, oh, right. And begins to like stand with like palms out.
Perhaps just to your sides, I think.
Puts him
Right.
down to his sides.
Oh, also, he should be stocked with armaments if the rooks need them.
Good to know.
I'm what?
You're stocked.
Stocked and barreled, my dear.
I can hold 11 load in that form.
I'm sorry. As like panels open, like, like
Calm down,
Oh
calm
dear,
down, calm down,
oh dear.
calm down, calm down. Start like pushing panels back in. Take a deep breath, deep breath.
All right. Folds back in.
Attaboy.
Right.
Good lad. Alright, I'll go find Glass, see what he's up to.
So you head off to find Glass.
That was good. Nice job.
Glass, anything you want to discuss with Fume? Because you're going to talk to Glass and then you were going to go talk to Grackle.
Yeah, but essentially I will play the telephone so that no one has to keep, spending
Yeah.
stress.
Fill me in. Fill me in.
Right now, Whisper campaign, full amount, rooks are spread. I would like once they drop those initial pieces of information, it begins to spread like wildfire across the ship. Like,
Of course.
When
They gotta know the hot goss.
when Fume opens up to play the recording of the meeting, you just hear "Lord Almighty." Oh, sorry. And here's the meeting.
we pass that along.
Pass along Salome's whole thing of, if
Yeah.
it comes down to it, we can pass the journal to Voss and all Vaughn. Yeah, sorry.
Bond.
Bond. There we go.
Vond. Like
Vond.
Bond with a V.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna go Palm Frond, but
Palm
yeah,
Frond?
Bond.
Yeah,
Yeah,
to
there we go. Got it.
Fake Captain Palmfront.
Why do I imagine
Okay.
Vince Vaughn as the like?
Oh no!
first
Now he's
mate?
definitely not threatening. Okay, so the Salome's contingency being. I'm sorry, run it by me again. I have a lot of plans going on. in my head.
No, it's all good. If we think we have an opportunity, and if the Whisper campaign is not as successful and the crew doesn't
Okay.
overturn him, then
To pass the journal.
pass the journal to Vond and see if we can reason with him that way, as he is literally so goddamn principled. That,
like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
I hope Vaughn just goes after reading the journal. Hey man, this is kind of fucked up.
Exactly. Be like,
Yeah.
Lord Governor is
Yeah,
like has
this is your Lord
consorted with
Governor.
2 demons, like the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You really want to go
Um,
down this road? Okay. Yeah, I'm
I would also
facilit-
like to just say I adore that we are putting in every effort not to really blow up the ship.
Uh-huh.
Well, we don't want to die. As much as we act like it. As much as we would enjoy it. Okay. I'm facilitating the Whisper campaign. Is there any possible way we can get in and disguise Grackle? So she doesn't look like Grackle.
I mean, you could sneak a subterfuge kit in me to her, but there are guards watching. I don't know how fast Grackle can put on mascara after a flashbang.
No, but
Flashback, y'all been training for this. You're hurling flashbangs at Grackle.
I could give you the replica of Salome's artifact I made.
Oh! That... Oh no, don't do the chaotic thing. Yes, we should use that to bust Grackle out.
Or at the very least, to disguise her so that Vond looks even more insane. If she doesn't
Yes.
match the face on the poster.
But also, what if we just turn Vaughn into Grackle?
Okay, do put a pin in that for if you need it, because it's very funny.
So funny.
Or Grackle into Vond. Oh shit.
Oh,
Who
no,
spent
who's the
stress
real
to
one?
get to the network?
Who's the real one?
Could you make another artifact so we could turn Panzea into another Vaughn?
I would need a flashback for that.
Could we have 3 Vaughns in 2 cells?
Christ. No,
We
no,
turn
no.
We're not doing
everyone on the
Spider-Man
ship into
thing.
Vaughn.
We're not doing the Spider-Man.
I am
thing.
Vond. No, I am Vond. Which one do I shoot?
No one would just wait to get back to port.
No, I am the real Von Delwick.
Invite me on.
And I am Spartacus.
Everyone, Ivan, go away.
all right.
So we're gonna sneak the artifact to Grackle to see if we can't transform
Change her
her into
face.
someone else.
Okay,
Yes,
cool. So you
I
take
made
the
this thing
artifact
for a
from
reason.
Glass.
exactly.
Glass, you return to getting the Whispered campaign finished up.
Yes, and I'm sort of I'm doing the Vond thing. Where like I'm pitching myself as this is crazy information that we found and I don't want to believe it, but like just kind of as maybe a leadership figure.
Got it. Okay.
Like one of the people
Which
who's
you've already
like,
rolled for that. You
holy
were
shit,
successful
this
with
is
the.
crazy, but like it's true. so that maybe some of them will trust me specifically.
Okay. You were
I
successful
give
with
Fume one of the
Whisper
most powerful
campaign.
magical artifacts I've ever created, and then I go to do this, and I trust him to use it correctly.
I can't really, really use it. I'm
trust
a
him.
floating orb.
I trust you.
You disguise yourself so you're just Vaughn's head. Remember that?
Oh no!
I turn into a rectangle.
Yeah.
Good
Okay.
job, Cube. I'm just trusting you to get it to Grackle.
Mm.
I've used it on her before.
Yeah. All right. So
This is gonna.
Fume,
This is fine. It's flawless. I'm not worried.
Fume's little orb body carrying this brooch, this relic, heading to the.
Can I put it like in the orb? Do you open like a Wonder Ball?
Yeah.
like a
little
little
Pokeball.
gachapon?
Oh, I make him a little gachapon. Yeah, you open
Yeah,
him up,
yeah.
put the little brooch inside, and close him up.
All right. Fume, with the relic, you head back to the brig. I'll say it's not a short journey to get back there. So Whisker campaign, everything's going on right now. There's a lot of tension
Whisker
around the
campaign.
ship. Whisper campaign.
I turn everyone into a cat.
You make it down to where you see Grackle and Panzea being posted up. Grackle, obviously you cannot have a private conversation with Panzea right now. I don't know if Grackle is just on standby or if there's anything she was doing during this time period.
I'm gonna let him stew with
Okay.
this. I clam up, I go into the corner of my cell and I start playing a harmonica.
Love it. Okay, perfect. Absolutely.
Can-
Uh,
From the ceiling, just an orb drop into her lap quietly.
I'm gonna have you do a prowl.
Yeah. My prowl is when I wake up. Sorry, that shit's in my head.
That was such a long journey in my brain to get from there, but I connected it. I got it.
That guy has been on my For You page far too often for no reason. I'm the sneakiest motherfucking orb. 6.
Okay. Yep. You just silently fall from the air vent down into Grackle's lap.
Hey, Apple.
No break in the in the harmonica. She just makes a gesture to indicate that she's listening. She's covering up his speech with the sound of the harmonica.
Beautiful.
So as we get older, our bodies change, and I press the brooch into Grackle.
So glad that I opened the window for you to speak. It's very valuable.
He's not wrong. I mean, I have Chinese food and I am out of commission for days.
You are given this the brooch from Fume. You're aware what this is. I think Glass said you've used it
Okay.
before.
I'll
wait-
Last
update.
time I did turn you into your dad.
It's true. I wait until he's gone, and then I put my harmonica down for a second.
I was gonna update you about what's going on while you're playing the harmonica.
Yeah.
Feel free. I get filled in on everything.
Mhm.
I wait for you to leave. I put the harmonica down for a second, and I speak pensively to Panzea. Panzea,
Aye.
you ever think about having a kid?
Sometimes, but got my hands full with enough right now.
Too bad. I'm gonna make myself the spitting image of Panzea.
This is exactly what I wanted. It is literally the first thought I had. I was like, no, she's not the Baron's daughter. She's clearly Panthea's.
Yeah, he's transporting his bastard.
So you are making you're not.
Sometimes
okay,
the
sorry, I
whole
misunderstood.
table is
You're
on the
not
wavelength.
turning yourself into Pansy. You're turning
No.
yourself a different
I am-
version
Yes.
yourself look like
Femme Pansia.
Well, it makes
Yes.
sense because like several of these guards have seen Grackle now, so like
Yep.
Yep.
they know it's not a second
It's gonna
Pansia.
be. It's gonna be like the same hair and stuff.
Oh, Val, you
but,
thought we were
like,
gonna do something
absolutely-
stupid.
Absolutely different, like different facial makeup. Like
that was a
there's
sigh
no
of,
way
oh,
you
good,
could
it's a good
mistake.
decision.
There was a moment where I was having to do the. I won't ever know. I went into full slow motion.
You were
of
in
something-
calculating mode.
Yeah, there was a full moment where I was having to play out the rest of what I have planned next with 2 Pansias in the mix,
No,
and trying
Well, I mean,
to figure
to a degree.
and
Yeah,
trying
now
to
there
figure
is.
all
Now
that
there
out.
is 2 Pansias. That's my dad.
Oh, I hope we
Pansia-
don't have to kill him. Then you'd have to kill 2 of your dads.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you are different enough from Grackle that nobody would mistake you for Grackle, but similar enough to Pansia where they might be like, "Is that Pansia's kid?" And okay, but also
Same
not
hair,
not a
same
crazy enough
thick
change
eyebrows.
that any of the guards like they may do a double take and be like, "Wait, is that the same person?" But not like
Imagine like the body type and everything is the same.
not like
Yeah.
immediately being like witch and like
I-
freaking out. Like,
I think primarily it's going to be like in the eyes, like the same like
Yeah.
shape and
Yeah.
structure.
because Pansia's
My-
daughter would be a big beefy woman.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
I didn't mention that
I'm-
Pansia has that like little fleck in his eye that it would be like is
Genetic.
genetically like
Yeah.
close
Yeah,
enough
yeah,
that like
yeah.
it would
You-
have to be.
You pull down Pansia's
Look,
collar,
the
there's a
birthmark.
star there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they have
yeah,
the
yeah.
same birthmark. Yeah.
There's she's keeping her hair the same so that like it's one of those things where it's like if you saw her from across the ship like with her back turned, it's all like, oh my god, is that Grackle? And then the moment she turns around, it's just Pansia's face
Like close enough that you could have been mistaken for Grackle. Got
at
it.
a distance. Yes.
Yes.
Got it.
We are going to make Vaughn look insane. This is my favorite bit that we do. We've done it before.
You're
We're doing
gaslighting
it
them,
again.
yeah.
Gaslighting the shit out of
We
Okay,
we
so-
accidentally backed ourselves into doing what is one of my favorite bits that we do.
At that time,
Gaslighting
around this
someone
time,
to
as
their literal death.
Fume, you're heading back into the vents to
Mm-hmm.
survey, to keep an eye on what's going on, all that kind of stuff, or is there somewhere specific you're headed?
No, I'm gonna. Oh well, I'll also update Jackdaw if I could find him of the plan.
Okay, yeah, Jackdaw can be filled in. Okay,
But otherwise, it's surveillance. Yeah.
as you're heading back, you're formulating your plan. Glass, you've finished up. Like, feel pretty good about the Whisper campaign. Over the speakers of the ship, you hear like that, like that whine as they like turn on, and then the voice of Vaughn come over them and says, "Crew of the Cernunos, we will be making a emergency maneuver to return to Duskfall. What you need to know in this moment is that Captain Pansia has been relieved of his command of the ship. We ask that you continue your duties as best of your ability. You all be compensated for your voyage as planned, and any who wish, upon our departure from Duskfall again, if you wish to return, we will offer your same commission upon the renewed voyage. The officers of your respective stations will inform you as to the ramifications of this and answer any questions you may have. For now, I will be acting as captain until we return to harbor in Duskfall. This decision does not come lightly, and as I said, there are many factors at play. Again, I ask that you go to your immediate officers with any questions or concerns you may have. This is First Captain Von Delwick. And there's a click.
I just immediately look at the crew that's around me like, he fucking did it, dude. He made himself captain.
As soon as that happened, like it's not immediate, but there's like whispering. There's sideways glances. And you hear like a few people like where you're at in the ship class, like in on the deck, after just listening to Aspen, just one of the crew says, fuck that, and begins to like yell, and a few of the others like begin to yell and says, we're not going to stand for this. We came here to serve under Captain Panzia. And a few of the others say, being yelled, yeah, that's right, and like all across,
I'm
like,
just echoing whatever they're saying, like trying to get more people to start yelling, like
some of
manufacturing a riot.
Some of the like other like officers, like lower level officers, try to maintain control, but sort of like a fever begins to boil up from the crew. There's a little bit of panic, like things are like everyone, a good percentage of the crew, I'm not going to say like 100%, but close
there's always a
to,
few cowards in the bunch. Okay.
Yeah, close to like 40 or 50% of the crew are like actively beginning to like rebel in this moment, like yelling, acting,
Give us Panzia.
Demanding for Panzia's release. You see a lot of people beginning to storm down towards the brig, where like the security detail and like is keeping them at bay. The main thing like keeping them at bay though is that the security, like the bosun's detail, the security are the only ones on the ships with weapons, and so there is a point where they're like kind of, well, they're the only ones of the crew with weapons. So they're held at bay. Some of the bulkheads are sealed down to the brig, especially up to the bridge. And there is like the chaos begins to erupt as, you know, threats are made. Like they can't put everyone here in the brig, so they're trying to calm everything down. But it is looking like it is going to be coming to blows.
I'm shouting from the back, tell Vaughn to show his fucking face.
As you're shouting from the back, everything's happening. Down in the brig, Bosun Reika is there. There is sounded like you hear a bulkhead ceiling crackle from like down the hall. Hear hurried sound of footsteps. One of the security detail comes up to Reika, leans and says, there's word of a mutiny. The crew is rioting now. There's something we need all hands to deal with this. They're trying to storm down here to the brig. Reika looks and like pinches her brow, looks at her security, says, right, all hands, make sure the bulkhead stays sealed. Get word to Vaughn to find out what's going on, if we can regain control. Requisition whatever you need for the armory immediately. We're going to make sure this mutiny doesn't get out of hand. The detail begins to file up the stairs, leaving the bosun with the two of you. She looks back towards, she looks at Panzia, who like stands up and is looking out towards her. She looks down into the into your cell, Grackle, and I think does like a double take from it. Like you're sitting in the corner, you mostly look the same, but then she looks and she's like cocks her head towards you, like she's trying to parse something out, but also how do you ask somebody? It's like, do you look different? I think it, like there's just a moment where she's staring at you, some gears turning. She says, looks back to Panzia, and Panzia says,
It's working.
says, Reika, this is all gone way too far. You're wrong with this. Vaughn is out of his mind. I need to talk to him. Let me out. I can quell the crew. We can discuss the allegations that have been made, and we can handle this civilly. Reika, quiet for a moment. She says, Captain, I really can't do that. You see, she reaches into her shirt. draws a gun, shoots him in the stomach. Pansia crumples backwards, holding his stomach, falling into the back of his cell, blood beginning to pool between his fingers. She says, "See, the Barons paid me way too much to let this all blow over. I'm going to deal with this mutiny, and it's a real shame that you died in the process." She turns, looks at you, Grackle. He had specific instructions for me not to hurt you. Keep your mouth shut and you may live. Again, eyes you again, not really sure, like, she doesn't have the paper in front of her to compare, so she's, like, looking a bit confused. But she turns away from you, Grackle, holsters her pistol again.
There's no chance I'm letting her get away with this.
Uh-huh.
I do
Fume,
not.
you're still in her lap, right? You could be recording this, right?
This woman made a fucking fatal mistake
Fume
by not
left.
shooting Pansy.
Yeah,
Fume left.
I'd left to go do surveillance stuff.
I do not have any superpower abilities. I can like sense things. I can't bend bars.
Here's the thing. You can try.
You can devil's
and
bargain.
You can try
You are
to
a
push
vampire.
yourself to be able to do it, if you would like. I would say if you don't have any abilities that help you, you'd be doing a rec roll with risky, no effect.
And,
And
I mean,
you have to push it.
Don't forget about our load, because, like, you could have stuff hidden on you, too.
Yeah, I'm kind of, I think you could have stuff hidden on you. I would offer you the same deal with Salome, is that you are kind of limited on your load right now, but if you have like a one or the load item that you could grab.
What are the chances we could do a flashback and have Fume have picked the lock before leaving?
Interesting.
Ooh.
Could definitely do that. I
Alright.
would do that as that is a flashback, considering what your plan was before this moment, to have made that decision ahead of time. I'm going to call that a 3 stress flashback.
I'm gonna say this. She should have shot Pansy in the fucking head.
I'll pay it.
This is a fatal mistake.
Okay, so you're going to pay the 3 stress to say that you had Fume try to pick the lock beforehand. Fume, I'm
Yep.
going to need a tinker roll.
That is a, oh my god, 3 2s and a 5.
Ooh.
Got the 5. Okay. You. Here's what I'll say. With the way that these locks are with a mixed success in a flashback,
Might still need to have to force them open.
I'm
with,
gonna
a
say
strength.
like you were able to pick the lock to a point, but like you couldn't like fully engage it without risking like them hearing it. So it's like it's loosened, to the point where you could, if you were forcing the door open, it would take it. We'll treat this as like a setup action where you took it from, you increase the effect, so it would make it to a limited effect.
Okay. I'll roll a wreck.
Okay.
I will help.
Okay.
Oh, okay. What's the position?
We're gonna say desperate, and we'll say and desperate limited.
Desperate limited.
Unless you want to use my help to bring it to standard.
Yes, you could use the help to stand. You could still
you-
push yourself.
Can still push. All right,
yeah.
I'll use the help to take it to standard, and I'll push myself to add an extra dice.
Okay.
All right, yeah. 6.
6.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
Let's go.
The bosun
dick.
fires the gun, shoots Pansia, does not fire at you, begins to turn to follow up the stairs to where her security detail is gone. You describe to me how Grackle launches through this door.
I Imagine she just it's like blink and you miss it. She throws herself at the door, and it like flies off of the hinges into the other into the opposite door.
Okay. You like preternaturally fast surge forward, shoulder slam into the door. It goes slams across the hall into the gate of Pansia's cell. You see him kind of jolt as he's like beginning to lose consciousness from the blood loss. The bosun wheels around on you as you are standing in the hall between her and Pansia, and she, like, mouth aghast, begins to mutter, says, "What the fuck are you?" As she begins to draw her gun again.
Yeah, I'm going for it. I'm just throwing myself at her.
Eat her!
Yeah, full on feral. I spent
Okay.
5 stress on you, girl.
Eat her. Eat her.
Time for a little
Eat her.
payback.
Okay. Want to do?
'Cause she shot your fake dad.
This sounds like it could be a skirmish. Probably makes the most sense.
I'm down for that.
Yeah.
And
And we'll call it risky
yellow.
standard.
6.
Okay. She's fully just a human. Like,
It's
this is
just
not. She
happening
doesn't have
for
any
us today.
superpowers or anything here.
She wasn't expecting this.
No.
Well, nobody fucking expects the Grackle Inquisition.
How do you kill her?
Just the classic way that I always do. I throw her to the ground and I suck her life out of her face.
Yeah, you surge for it. As she's drawing her gun, before she can fully react, you grab her wrist, slam her back down. We get like the full camera tilt as the two of you
yeah.
like slam down onto the floor, eyes wide with fear. Just as she's beginning to mutter, it's like, "No, stop!" You hold a hand to her and draw the life force from her into your own body, as the soul and the life energy is sucked from her. Her skin blanching, turning this like pale white, eyes locked in face, like locked in rigor mortis, almost instantly as you absorb. You can go ahead and roll hunt to try to regain some stress there. For
Sure would
this
love
kill.
to. That's 5.
Okay. You feel yourself rejuvenated as her lifeless body lies underneath you, and you stand back to your full height.
Okay. I look for keys.
She's got a set on her.
I pick them up. I
Yep.
go unlock the door.
You unlock the door. You see Pansia kind of fading. Hey, look, I'm gonna do a fortune roll just to see whether or not he saw that happen.
Hey, Grackle, how much stress do you have?
It's 4 now. I broke even in that exchange.
Nice.
That's a 4 on the fortune roll, so mixed success. I'm gonna say he heard it, like he knows that you just killed her, and he was lucid enough to see it, but he did not actually see you like vampire out and do that. He looks at you like blinking as you open the gate, clutching his stomach. What's going on? Why did Rika shoot me? What's happening?
Just try and stay with me, all right?
I've had worse than this.
I seriously doubt that.
You seriously doubt that. This is very bad. You would gather if he does not get medical attention within the next 2 minutes, he's going to die.
Okay, I'm going to pick him up. I'm going to try and staunch the bleeding as best as I can, and I'm very quickly going to the medical quarters. I forget what it's called on a boat.
Just come to me.
Infirmary.
Come on.
The infirmary.
I'm
You
there.
begin to rush up the stairs, hearing the sound of the chaos. We pan back. Mutiny, in effect, targeted towards Vaughn. The only ones aware of Vaughn's potential lack of involvement in what's going on, being Grackle, as she's carrying Pansia's body up the steps, seeking medical attention. However, there's chaos around the ship, mutiny in full swing, all the chaos surrounding this this current turmoil, the events that have taken place, as all of this all the din, Glass, Fume, Salome, Grackle, you hear a noise that you haven't heard yet on this ship. This as an alarm begins to sound, and you see a look of fear across the crew members that are not immediately engaged in this turmoil, as the sound of an approaching Leviathan echoes over the decks of the Cernunnos. And that's where we're going to end our session for the night.
Fuck yes. Let's go.
Worst
Let's
possible timing.
fucking
The
go.
best possible
Which obviously
timing.
makes it the best possible timing. But it's
Exactly.
the worst possible timing.
Actual captain's been shot. Acting captain is currently being mutinied against. There is chaos and no one's manning their stations, and y'all are gonna have to figure out a way to keep everyone on this ship, including yourselves, from dying. Awesome. So let's go ahead and do our end of session questions. I just need to curious ask, did anyone suspect the bosun as being
No.
Early
you?
on, for
I did.
sure.
early on? Okay.
Yeah, last time we played, as I was typing notes, I was all like, "Oh, she's new. Yeah, definitely loyal to the Baron." But then I just kind of put that thought away.
I did, and then when Salome was listening to the recordings of the conversation, and there was like when there became no doubt that Vaughn didn't actually want to be captain, I think that solidified it for me that she had more to do with it than was there.
If you go back in the recording, as you were saying she pulls out a gun, I am mimicking pulling out a gun.
Yeah.
And I think that's when we really figured it out.
Yeah, I think that's what, I think we all figured it out
Yeah.
when she pulled out the gun.
I had
Yeah.
some suspicion.
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
I
she
was
made
worried.
her fatal mistake was not killing Pansia outright.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
obviously. But that's a classic bad guy thing that I had to do. Is like,
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah.
would have felt
She made
honestly,
the
and that was
ultimate
me
villain
as
move.
well. I could have just iced Pansia right there.
Oh, for sure.
No.
I have a real hard time killing my darlings.
Well, but she made the ultimate villain move of I am going to kill you, but not right away because I want you to know it was me.
Yeah. Well,
It's the ego.
It was also
it's the ego part.
It's always
it
the
would have
villainy.
felt, and again, it would have felt real bad for me. Like y'all came on this whole thing to try to recruit or kill Pansia.
Oh yeah.
And if someone had just iced Pansia and made that whole thing
A moot
pointless,
point.
I would have felt real bad.
No, it makes
real shitty
complete
about that.
sense from a DM
Total.
perspective, and I think it's the right choice. I just think it's also a really interesting character choice
I'm
because
not
it is like
saying-
the ultimate villain thing to do, to be like, yeah, I could end it right here and now, but I need you to hear me monologue for a second.
Exactly. She fucking started monologuing
Yeah,
at
it's that,
Grackle.
it's that like big that any villain that can be like paid off, right? Like anybody
Yeah.
who is like that morally corrupt, it's like
Yeah.
they've got to
I,
tell you about it.
Again,
Yeah.
not saying that Pansia's out of the woods yet. Like he could still die. I just want to give you
Oh,
all a chance.
absolutely.
You
Except
know,
for this
if-
whole crew is gonna put their fucking chest into.
I
into
think
saving
I
him. They love this man.
still have at least one dose of aquavitae left. Yeah, I
Ah.
do.
Yeah, if they can get him to me, which seems like is what's
That'll
happening.
really be the challenge
Then-
of next session. Is that like I'm going to start a
We'll
clock.
get Fume on.
Grackle has to be able to get Pansia to someone that can help him before
He's-
he dies.
He's essentially at like level 3 harm, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
If he dies, he's not getting away.
Yeah.
We're kidnapping that ghost.
I got. Don't
Like,
worry, I
if
got
this
him.
was
I got it.
if this was like Monster of the Week, like he's unstable with like 6 harm. Like he's got like 1
Yeah.
tick left.
Yeah.
To
Yeah.
get
He's-
there.
I've been in that situation with 1 luck left on your plate. You just gotta, you feel like pulling that trigger.
Yeah. Excellent. All right, let's do our end of session questions.
Yes, no.
Okay, cool. That's it, everyone. Thank you for watching. All right, so we only had 1 desperate action today. I think that was Grackles.
Yeah.
So make sure you mark XP for that.
Oh, hey, also, we got some vengeance today.
Vengeance.
And I actually have the tag for us to gain extra
yeah.
XP
yeah.
on that.
It was
because
sort
we
of
need it so
immediate
much.
vengeance. It was
Just because it's
vengeance.
best served cold doesn't mean you can't serve it hot. Come on.
Yeah.
It's true.
Sometimes vengeance it's better if it's been heated up in the microwave of justice.
Okay, never mind.
So
Oh, ridiculous. I just adopted that guy. He's my father.
Yeah, that's your dad now.
Oh, that's your dad.
oh my
now.
god, I'm just realizing this scene is like Pansia's daughter.
It's like,
trying
ah,
to carry
someone
Yeah,
help!
yeah, no.
The mutiny's
literally,
like, ah!
we have made one of our most foolproof plans here accidentally.
Yeah.
We backed into actually this is gonna work for us pretty flawlessly.
It's so interesting because on some like and this was kind of when I was like brainstorming coming up with this idea for this. I don't mean to get like too off topic, but like
No, no.
derail us
It's
too
not
much.
off topic.
But
We're literally talking about the thing we're doing.
But when I was creating this, I was like, I want to create a situation where y'all are making your lives harder because I mean y'all starting the mutiny and stuff like is ultimately making your lives more difficult, but you also did a lot of things that is going to maybe make fixing that and doing it even better. So it was great to see that like I felt bad because I was like, I don't want to feel like the plans and the things that y'all are doing end up being pointless, but they all feel like they also could help you, like doing the thing with Grackle where she no longer looks like Grackle could still help get Vaughn back on your side, which could help quell this madness and do all
Or
that.
I could turn the crew against Bond and
Yeah.
we've solved our problem.
Yeah.
Okay,
current
but what if we absolve Vaughn to get him indebted to us by blaming the bosun that we've already killed?
Oh, I think that's probably how we're gonna spin it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really. And
Get Vaughn fired so we can hire him.
Yeah.
Is that it was her all along? Okay, we can spin that. We can.
Well, you
again,
do remember listening to the conversation that the bosun is the one that gave him the evidence. And,
Yeah.
like,
Oh,
put
Yeah,
it
she's
on
the one that
on
passed it
Grackle.
We
along.
even recorded that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, we have the receipts.
Yeah.
Like we can fully spin this into a way where everyone who is still alive on the ship comes out okay
Yeah. And in that moment,
and in
'cause
our
the-
favor.
because you got those results on the crit success there, and I was worried that I was like, are y'all gonna I thought for a second I was about to just give it all away that the bosun was sort of like if y'all were gonna pick up on her being the one that gave him the information
Again, I had my suspicions,
and
but
ruin my reveal.
I thought it was going to be one of those like situations where it's all like we're the bad guys. Like, you
Are
know,
we
there's
the
no
baddies?
real like bad guy in this situation. Somebody's got to go under the bus and it's going to be a good man either way. And it's all like, all right, well that's just the way that it is.
I mean,
and as
it could
usual,
still
it
end up-
was the woman's fault. Sorry.
It could still go
Sorry.
that way, honestly, depending. I mean, if y'all have good roles persuading people, but there is a real likelihood that either Vaughn or Pansy are going to have to take the blame for all of this. So, unless
true.
y'all are able to find evidence and convince people that the bosun was responsible, so could still go that
Yeah.
way.
I think we can spin it. I think we can spin it.
Right round, baby.
We'll see how it goes.
We'll see how it goes.
Regardless, we're winning.
Or you're all dying. One of the two.
Nah.
Yay.
Nah.
All right, so desperate actions to do that. Playbook specific XP triggers, mark XPs for those. If you express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background, mark XP for that.
Oh yeah.
And struggle with issues from vice or trauma. I don't think we had any of that today. So
I leveled up.
Too.
It's
three.
now is probably the time to start taking vampire strength abilities.
yeah, you've eaten a lot of people. That's
You've
It's
eaten
true.
a lot.
Well, and I also I like this narratively. This is the right time because I just vampired a door. So.
Yeah.
True,
Oh,
yeah,
the
you sort of,
adrenaline
like,
is pumping.
Codify what you just did as like unlocking a new ability.
Yeah.
And hey, you have a snack in your arms.
Just don't forget, if you
It's-
take a new
oh,
one, let me
it's
know
so
what your new
tempting.
stricture is.
No, don't.
if you-
Yes.
Yeah.
He still
Yes,
hasn't agreed
yes,
to sleep
yes.
with me yet.
Reika was a vampire and she drained my dad.
She turned out to be a vampire. Sorry, I had to throw her overboard.
Oh, now see, that's a fun spin.
Oh,
Yeah.
even better. Just throw a stake through her heart right now.
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Put a little
that's
blood,
why
put a
she's
little
all
blood around her mouth.
crumbly. Yeah.
All right. Crew advancement.
Execute a successful burglary, espionage, robbery, or sabotage.
Not quite
Not
yet.
yet.
Working on it. Contend with challenges above your current station.
Every goddamn day.
I'm counting it.
That's fair.
With that one, Val, I count it unless I just wait for you to argue, and then if you don't,
Oh
count
no,
it.
I think that's fair. Again, this is a lot of like with the Leviathan hunters and stuff. They are a higher tier than y'all. Y'all are doing. Like,
thought
Especially
you were
because with
about
us
to
at war.
y'all are running out of things above your tier, but I think this still qualifies.
Yes. Well, with us at war, it's knocked us down a teeny bit, but
yeah.
we're gonna get to 4.
I thought, Val, you were about to say because y'all have been dealing with all this bullshit.
It's all the hell's bullshit. Bolster your crew's reputation or develop a new one.
Soon?
Goals, drives,
Because we-
inner conflict, essential nature.
Always.
Because at the end of this job, we do need to tear off our masks and go, aha, it was us!
It was us
Yeah.
all along.
They're gonna know. They're gonna.
How else are we going to get heat for the job?
And
Heat
it, well,
is
it doesn't matter.
pointless for us
Our
right
heat is
now. We
maxed
are
out.
maxed.
Everything's maxed. We did level up though. We only needed 2 to advance, so
Nice.
we have to
Awesome.
decide what we want to do.
Wings, what the shit?
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
I just
What I
popped-
do?
Hold on, I'll
Since you advance, make sure you take your stash equal to your tier +2. If y'all have capacity to take more stash, because that is what.
Can
5?
I give someone else my stash?
No.
Damn.
No, if you are maxed out, you're maxed out. That's the downside of being maxed out in your stash. So
That's one of my
Can I
favorite
take
Monster
coin
Factory
out of my
episodes.
stash and put it in my purse and then take more stash?
nope,
Damn it.
not right now.
Can we give it to Will?
I've given y'all so much money, and some of you are so fucking rich that
I'm
not willing to
completely maxed.
I'm not willing to
business
compromise on any of
owner.
this.
Of course I'm rich.
Fume's the exception. Fume spending so much money makes me so happy. But
Daddy, I'm
Fume,
completely
Fume,
maxed.
you get 5 stash.
Oh, yay!
My coin and stash. My pockets are full. My stash is full.
yeah,
Yep.
spend
I
more
just-
money on stuff.
I just broke into the third bracket again.
Yay! He's doing it.
Doing it, Peter.
All right.
Quote.
Well, Stars and Wishes.
Oh,
So unexcited for Stars and Wishes.
I just like the quotes. My favorite part.
I will.
Quotes
I have
are
to,
awesome.
I do.
I can go first.
Do it.
My star. Wings, brilliant play to be the spawn of Panzea. Holy shit,
Yeah.
that
So
was
good,
good.
That was really good.
I know we
That's
had like
possible plan.
gremlin brain suggestions, but that was actually very big brain.
Well, I really feel like that was more just like us all being on the same page.
No, I really would have thought it would be super.
I
fun.
honestly did not think, like, I had no idea. I fully
That was my
thought you were going
thought.
to turn into Panzea before you made the
It's-
Well, because
incredibly
the-
smart move.
That jump
You were
is so
primed
funny.
for that. We were all
Literally
making
last time
jokes about it.
we did literally turn her into the Baron last time we did
Yeah.
this. So
I'm so used to
Yeah,
y'all
yeah, yeah.
taking like such big, ridiculous swings that doing something sensible and and grounded.
leave it to Wings to do something sensible.
It's like bottom of the ninth, and we decide to bunt to get the run in, like
Yeah.
instead of swing.
Winning's winning,
Oh.
baby. If you ain't first,
Okay.
you last.
My wish. God, I want to take apart a Leviathan. I probably won't get the opportunity to.
We're all gonna die.
I have very little in mind for how y'all are going to deal with the Leviathan. If you successfully hunt a Leviathan, there'll be a body there.
I mean, we've done everything else.
Glass, we really need to kill this Leviathan so that I may have an autopsy on it so that I could turn you into a god.
The hair starts to turn white. Eyes go white. The lightning's crackling.
He
Gasp.
jumps off the ship with a spear.
Just
Go full Ahab.
Yeah, white
Yeah.
whale. Harpoon.
That's
Oh
that's-
no, if I had the Mephistopheles on the ship, I could have had a kaiju battle. Fuck!
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Do it. You could do a
How many-
crazy. How much stress do you have left?
Yeah.
I have.
Can we combine our stress into one flashback?
You know what? I would totally take a fourth wear.
With our powers combined.
don't think
I
we
will
can-
participate.
We can't combine it, but I will allow somebody else to take the stress on Fume's behalf if needed. But yeah.
All right, how many snacks do I need to eat?
You've got a smorgasbord.
I mean,
Half the
he's
crew's gone.
listen. Don't kill Panzea, but he is bleeding a lot. You're just like top up.
It's not blood that I drink. I drink life essence.
Ah,
He needs as much of that as he can handle.
yeah, he's leaking life essence.
He's leaking.
Anyway, that's me.
Thank you.
I'll go. My star's gonna go to the orb. I just love Fume being a little old guy, floating around, being a genderless orb of chaos. It's how I would like to exist,
Dude, same.
and I love it, and it's fun. I want to continue putting Fume in like drones and shit, sending him around.
It's
That's
very
my wish.
fun.
That's my wish. I want to expand on the orb. My stars for the orb. My wish is to expand on the orb and to ponder the orb.
Ponder the orb, yeah.
Yeah.
Stars and wishes? Orb.
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 Could have been worse. Could have said
Star.
train. Could have said trains
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, could have said traits again.
My
This
star
time
is going to
it's all
go
about the orb.
to. My star is going to Van for the quick thinking on like as soon as the mutiny started popping off, like the first mutiny.
The first unit.
The first mutiny, as soon as the mutiny started popping off, I feel like everybody went into like go mode to like, react. And I feel like a plan just sort of materialized very quickly when Van went and read that letter. So that's my star.
Thank you.
That really helped like decide the trajectory of where we were going. And I liked that. That was really good. My wish is. I don't know what I
Mr.
want.
Sandman.
I'm really excited for next time because it's gonna be we're set up for a lot of fun stuff. Leviathan, Panzea bleeding out, like mutiny going on. I'm really excited. I
lot
want to see how that
happening.
ends.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Wings stole my star, but I will just reiterate. Yes, the immediate. You could see it on his face as he was piecing it together as the letter was being divulged. It was just like, yes, yes, yes. It was perfect. Amazing. Well done. My wish. Salome is ruthless, literally vicious is one of my traumas. But Sid really hopes that we can be like, hey Vaughn, like you're wrong, brah, but here's why, and maybe we have a bunch of new allies to take down the Baron, and all is well. Also, we helped you hunt a Leviathan, so maybe that earns us some bonus points with him. I don't know.
It's giving Return of the King, getting the entire crew of the ship.
Ah, absolutely.
On our side.
So
Or they
yeah.
all die and it's really Return of the King and you recruit them all as ghosts.
Exactly.
Also true.
Again,
So.
I'm there. This is an option.
That's me.
Excellent. That's everyone, right? Everyone
Yep.
went? All right. So I was looking at the quote stock and what the fuck is this like Little Caesars thing.
That's
That's
from
what I
last
was.
time.
That's what I was messaging about, like right at the beginning of the game.
Last time, I don't remember how we got to it, but I did send a link to this Reddit story,
Mm-hmm.
and we talked about it, and it was, I guess I should read it for the chat. If we're gonna
I
talk
found
about
it.
it.
I found it.
I don't remember the
post.
context in which we were talking about it.
I just randomly sent it once.
But
Got it.
we were talking about it, and it's a Reddit story about a guy who stops into Little Caesars just trying to get a pizza. Oh, I did say put that shit on the quote stock. So RJ sent this, and I said put that shit on the quote stock, and he did. And it stopped at this Little Caesars just trying to get a $6 pizza, and ended up in a full-on action movie. Just as I grab my order, this furious dude barges in yelling about how I cut him off in traffic earlier. Before I can even respond, he throws a punch. But then out of nowhere, the guy behind the counter jumps over it like he's been waiting for this moment his whole life and just beats the living hell out of the guy. The guy ran off, and the cashier just dusted himself off. I said, "Are you okay, man?" He looked me in the eye and said, "Bitch, this is Little Caesars. We always hot and ready."
Oh my god.
So that was just sitting in the quote stock
Yeah.
when I opened
And
it.
I said,
That's
put that shit on the quote stock, because that's insane. And then RJ put it
Yeah.
on our actual quote stock.
I hope you appreciate my efforts.
And I do.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna give. God, it's
I
tough.
give the
I'm gonna
quote to
give
Little Caesars.
Yeah, Little Caesars gets a quote today. Shout out, sponsor us.
Should we get pizza?
Let's. I'm gonna say the quote today because it was pretty metal. Was the interaction between Pansy and Grackle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I put that one
wanna
on there.
I want to confront him man to man. And Grackle said, "Then you're already dead."
When the quote that I put on the doc gets chosen, I get like very excited.
Because
It's very-
honestly, like, true. Definitely true, but also metal as hell.
Yeah, this
Um,
is really good.
But shout out also to Fumes. When we get older, our bodies begin to change.
Really
That
good.
also that got me. All right. Well, that's it, everyone. We're done. We did the ding ding thing.
No, let's keep going.
I know. Unfortunately,
more
we're
hours.
also not gonna have a game next weekend because
Yeah, we're out of town.
We're gonna be out of town. So we should be back in 2 weeks, though. I'm gonna be flying in that morning, but I think I will be here in time for the. I'll double check my flight times, but I will.
We'll make it work.
I will be here. But yeah, join us for our next session. Also join us on Monday for next installment of Fistful of Darkness, where we do basically this, but we all have cowboy accents. So
If you were worried about that one being less unhinged than this one, don't worry.
it's looking promising. With it being as unhinged. So we had a full emu stampede in our first job. So yeah.
On purpose.
On purpose. But yeah, that's gonna be it. I want to thank my lovely players for making this game such a joy to run, as always. And I want to thank everyone out there for watching. We'll see everyone next time. And until then, good game and good night, Internet.